Chapter 91. Teacher. Long time no see. Hella was a little surprised when she saw Eli. Since Lemon's teacher became the curator, the two have known each other again. At present, they should be regarded as friends, very good friends. Hella is no longer young, but although she is about the same age as Eli, she is well maintained, as if she is about 30 years old, and she always has a faint smile and is very kind. Come and see, how about you? Eli replied. Me, I don't have the time to spare, but someone recommended me to come here. Hella and Eli are a bit like, they don't care about these things, they prefer to study. Yet. Eli nodded, not speaking. Soon, more people came one after another in the hall. Eli didn't expect that the teacher of a big princess could have so many competitions, but he didn't know how to choose it. Just as everyone was waiting, a group of people suddenly came in outside the hall. The leader was a gorgeously dressed, dignified and beautiful woman, and there were guards beside her. From the whispers of others, Eli learned that she was Her Majesty the Queen. Hello everyone, I'm little Anna's mother, Christina. I'm glad so many people can come today. The woman spoke slowly. Today, there are 3 grand scholars, 16 bachelors and 1 honorary scholar, all of whom are the pillars of the empire, and each of them is enough to teach little Anna. The Queen said. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Scholars, there are still scholars here today? Are you so brave? Eli pursed his lips, while Hella on the side covered her mouth lightly, her turbulent body shaking slightly, which was really funny. This guy, Eli, has always been a scholar, and she makes fun of him a lot about it. Well, how to choose a teacher is a very difficult question, so we decided to let Xiao Anna choose directly. Everyone will teach her for 20 minutes, and let her choose the rest. The Queen announced how to choose. The people below looked different. This way is very fresh. Eli's eyes lit up, this way of selection is very suitable for him? Well, that's it, everyone prepares for 15 minutes, and it will start in a while. The Queen came and went in a hurry, and left with the others. Everyone is thinking about how to teach. It was only Hella and Eli who chatted with each other first. I'm not interested, are you really not worried at all? Hella looked at Eli and asked with a smile. It's all right, let's go. Eli said modestly. As expected of you. Hella's beautiful eyes flashed and she smiled. This guy, Eli, is still as confident as ever. But she knew that Eli, who was familiar with Eli, knew that this guy's knowledge was no worse than hers. When the two were chatting, scholars naturally noticed the idol too. Who is this man? Do you know him? He looks very close to Master Hella. A bachelor asked the bachelor next to him. It seems to be a student of Master Lemon. The man replied, looking at Hella covering her mouth and laughing, but also a little unhappy. Lemon had been a bachelor a few years ago, but he was just used to it. And there is actually a reason for the unhappiness of men. This has to say about Hella. When Hella was in her 20s, she was the most beautiful female bachelor in the empire, and now she is 50 years old, and she is still the most beautiful woman in the empire. Bachelor, is also very popular in academic circles, especially since she is still single. Is that the scholar? It's really a mess, what is this kind of person doing? The man was a little dissatisfied with the fact that Eli was a scholar, and even more dissatisfied with Hella's attitude. He is always very cold on weekdays, but he is rarely close to people. It seems that your charm is really too long-lasting. It hasn't changed at all for so many years. Eli naturally felt it, and joked. Humph. Hella glanced at Eli and said, your potion is quite useful. I do feel that I am in good shape, and Rias likes it very much. The two of them were talking about anti-aging medicine. He prepared it for Rias, and as for Hella, he added it later. It started. The two chatted for a while, and Hella suddenly said. At this moment, a great scholar from outside the door came in. He belonged to the court bachelor. He glanced at everyone, and then said, the first one, Mr. Cole. An old man stood up and was taken away, while the others stayed where they were and waited. Eli continued to chat with Hella, as if he was not worried at all, and other nervous feelings were also washed away by the two, and he could only watch the two flirt. Soon, Maester Cole returned. Another maester was called out. Because it can only be done 3 times in an hour, the eldest princess must be very tired, so in fact, the effect is the best at the beginning, and it is somewhat disadvantageous later. Soon, Hella sorted her clothes, then left, and returned 20 minutes later. How about it? The princess is very beautiful. Hella replied. Eli? What do you mean? Whether the princess is beautiful or not has nothing to do with me. Didn't you say before that you like small ones? Hella cast a glance at him and said. Eli. As for when you said this, Eli can't remember a little. I didn't expect this woman to remember, it should be when we chatted before. Well, I won't tease you anymore. Hella looked at Eli and laughed. By this time, 3/4 of the number had passed, and it was finally Eli's turn. I'm leaving. He said hello to Hella. Eli and the guards left. After walking through several palaces, I came to a small palace. As soon as I walked in, I saw a table not far away, and a little girl looked helpless. Hella didn't lie to him, she was really beautiful. The little girl's skin is very white and her face is also very good looking. Although she is still small, she can see that she is a beautiful woman, like a little angel, very beautiful. Of course Eli wouldn't really have any ideas, in fact he still likes big ones. Like Hella, who has a big chest and a good figure, and long legs, he prefers it. Are you a new bachelor? Let's get started, shall we? The little girl waved her hand to let him start when she saw that someone was coming again. Okay. Eli nodded. What do you want to hear? Then it's about the time when Bern established the country. The girl thought for a while and said. Okay, I know a lot about this. Eli nodded, and the guards stood not far away. Eli began to teach, and at the same time, the invisible spiritual power radiated out, and a special attraction slowly radiated, which was a simple application of charm. This was never a fair competition. Eli talked eloquently, and the girl quickly fell into it, and she always felt that the grandfather in front of her had an inexplicable attraction, which made her very fond of. In fact, Eli's speech is really good. In order to assist Severo Mesa in his search, Eli has also read a lot of materials and is very clear about this aspect. Soon, the story ends. The girl, the eldest princess, pointed at Eli and said in a tender voice. It's this teacher, I don't want anything else. Chapter 92. Soon, the matter of the eldest princess choosing a teacher was over. What shocked everyone was that in the end it was a young scholar who got this spot, and after knowing that his teacher was the director of the library, many people called the shady secret. But soon, the senior scholar Hella directly supported Eli, which made everyone surprised and curious, and it was rumored that they had seen the two in some places, and their eyes shifted instantly. Everyone was curious about the relationship between Eli and this imperial lady. It's so hard that Maester Hella has never been married because. Some people were surprised to find that the famous Countess of the Empire, Count Rias, also seemed to have an inextricable relationship with him. Many people shed tears of grief. Speaking of which, Rias and Hella have always been the beautiful ladies of the Empire, especially since the two people seem to have only slight changes in their appearances almost every year after they are tens of years old, they still look beautiful in general, and this time they have made them famous. But for Eli, as usual, just pretended not to hear or respond, so that more people thought that Eli had something to do with these two beautiful ladies. In this way, another item was added to Eli's daily routine. That is to teach the princess every weekend. With the magical effect of spiritual power, the princess also developed an inexplicable sense of dependence on Eli, and was planted with a soul imprint by Eli a year later. Controlled the princess directly emotionally and spiritually. Eli had an urge to abduct and sell little girls. But it doesn't matter, it's a pity that he's not a prince, maybe that's better. Time passes day by day. Maester Lemon is getting older every day. A year later, Maester Lemon stopped working and moved back home. As for the library, certain changes have taken place over time. The number of nobles at the bottom has also increased a lot. Some positions have been gradually held by nobles, and rights have shifted to a certain extent. But at least the current curator and deputy curator are not nobles. But even so, Eli could feel the atmosphere in the library had changed. Become impatient, become less probing. Eli had no idea about this. 6 or 7 years ago, it was to protect the teacher's interests a little bit, but as time passed, the teacher's body was not strong enough to go to the library, and Eli went home with pay. On weekdays, I often visit the teacher. After all, this one has taught Eli for about 30 years, and his influence on Eli is still great. Especially his attitude of studying silently and not seeking fame and fortune has a great influence on Eli, which plays a very important role in his ability to concentrate on research and not do anything. Eli's thoughts really changed little by little over time. In the past, there may have been a sense of being in the limelight, that was because I was young in the past, but now I am completely undervalued, and I understand that the idea at that time was still a bit naive. Also, Eli doesn't start work, so naturally he has other things to do. Whether it is potions that have been refined, or spiritual potions that have not been researched, or blood research that requires time to deeply understand, it takes time. Lately, though, he's been focusing more on meditation. Just because he is about to break through. His mental power has reached 19.0 points, a few years away from the breakthrough. 3 years later. Eli's house. Eli felt his spiritual power of 19.99 and took a deep breath. The last time he broke through to the second-class apprenticeship was in the year 311 of the Bain calendar, and now it is the year 336 of the Bain calendar, a full 25 years have passed. It took 25 years to reach the limit of third class from second class. I have to say that it was actually quite slow. It was a few years slower than Eli expected. It was he who might estimate the speed of mental power decay. With the improvement of mental power, the speed of mental power growth is also much slower. He knew it would be slower, but he did not expect it to be so much slower. In this regard, Eli is also very helpless. In fact, whether he is studying witchcraft, exploring experiments, or studying blood, he is good. He is very talented in this area, but the speed of spiritual power improvement is very slow. This made Eli very speechless. But fortunately, his lifespan is slightly longer, and there will be no process of weakening his vitality, which makes him not so concerned. Otherwise, how can a normal wizard have so much spare time to conduct so many experiments? In fact, the apprenticeship stage is really the stage of laying the foundation, and the improvement of spiritual power is the top priority. After all, it is related to whether or not to break through the official wizard, and whether to have a longer life to study and study. And today, 53-year-old Eli is finally going to break through the third-class apprenticeship. Breaking through the third-class apprenticeship is different from directly breaking through the construction ability. There are two requirements. First, the mental power reaches 20 points. The second is to truly stabilize the spiritual power space through the spiritual power rune. The first step is nothing to say, the second step is the biggest difference between the third-class apprentice and the previous one. A stable mental power space will make it easier to build a model, it is easier to output mental power, and it can also enhance the combat effectiveness of the wizard apprentice. It can be said that if a second-class apprentice can play a few first-class students, then when it comes to the third class, as long as they are properly prepared, 10 second-class apprentices will not think about it. And here in Bern, with the improvement of this step, even if it is a real top knight, there will be no threat to Eli. At this time, Eli can also be said to be unimpeded here. In fact, at the beginning, Eli even had the idea of digging the palace after breaking through the third rank, but then he felt very unsafe. If Saren Meditlan left behind any powerful means, it would be troublesome, so he adopted a simpler but time-consuming method. Moreover, Eli felt faintly that he would also need help to find what Saren Meditlan was looking for in the future. This was the very important reason. Just do it. Eli closed the room. Meditation begins. Half an hour later, I felt that my mental power increased by 0.01, and my mental power instantly exceeded 20 points. After the spiritual power reached the standard, Eli's spiritual power also turned into a spiritual power rune, and began to build a spiritual power space. This step is generally a bit difficult for young and talented wizards, mainly because they are not so familiar with runes, and they are not so skilled in the operation of mental power. But for Eli, decades of time are not in vain, and this aspect is not perfect, but at least it is perfect, and soon, the spiritual space begins to stabilize little by little. This process takes a long time. After half a day, Eli opened his eyes glowing brightly because of the increased mental power, and he finally succeeded. Third-class apprentice, breakthrough success. Coffee. At the same time, Eli heard a small voice. Hear the sound and look over. Not far from the flower pot, the soil turned a little. Eli smiled. Double happiness. The seeds have finally sprouted. Chapter 93. What difference does breaking through the third-class apprentice make to Eli? In fact, there is no difference. What to do, but more confident. The first is the improvement brought about by the breakthrough. The power of witchcraft has increased by at least 3 times. Whether it is the flow of spiritual power or the speed of witchcraft, it is more than twice as fast. Secondly, there seems to be a slight improvement in the body, which is between the big knight and the advanced knight. Of course, compared to knights, wizards have more ways to improve their bodies, whether it is special effects potions, flesh and blood transformation, or even blood integration. The reason why I only took the potion was because there was no material. The empire was like a wasteland of wizards. There were no wizards, and there were very few beasts. Moreover, the level was very low. This kind of low-level bloodline, Eli is really good. If you're not interested, it might as well be that way. And the seed, which also began to grow slowly, made Eli very happy. But a year later, with the end of Eli's teaching the eldest princess, she pushed aside the tearful princess Little Loli, and after leaving the palace unfeeling, she learned some bad news. The teacher is suddenly very ill, Herman, 53, told Eli in tears. What? Eli's eyes widened. The last time I went to see the teacher was 7 days ago, why did I suddenly become seriously ill? What's going on? Eli asked anxiously. Eli, calm down, the teacher is 86 years old. Herman had hardly seen Eli so uneasy, and his face was full of anxiety at this time, trying to calm him down. Can't calm down, now I'm going to have a look right away, Eli said. Calm down, if the people around Eli currently have a gradient, then Bachelor Lemon is undoubtedly at the forefront of the first echelon. In a way, Lemon is like Eli's father. It's really hard to calm down. Maybe he can face death calmly in hundreds or thousands of years, but now he has only been in this world for 30 years, and he has not been in such a peaceful state of mind. Eli ignored Herman and boarded a carriage on the side of the road. Take me to. Say the address. Sir, I am private. The coachman was also stunned by this. Eli, is this still better? Drive. Eli just said, and threw the purse directly, it didn't matter how much was left. Sir, I. The coachman was about to refuse, but when he saw the purse dropped on the carriage, it was all Hintar who rolled out, like a duck with a pinched neck. Eyes widened. Okay, sir. The man was breathing heavily and even stuttered. Turn the carriage directly and set off towards the place, Eli said. Just kidding, although the car is already booked, does it matter? In front of that bag of money, nothing matters. Faster. The carriage galloped all the way, and it took 10 minutes for the usual 20 minutes to arrive. Eli got off the carriage directly. In front is an apartment block, where Lemon's teacher lives. Walking in directly, following the path in his memory, he quickly found the teacher's house. He took out the key and walked in. This is what the teacher once gave him. He remembered the original words at that time. You can keep this key. Your teacher won't make money. There is nothing good for you to keep. When I die in the future, I will leave it here for you. At that time, even Lemon directly told him the property certificate, and where some of the inheritance was kept, and asked Eli to get it after his death. Enter the house. Eli originally thought there was no one, but he didn't expect that it was already crowded with people at this time. The teacher was lying on a bed, showing his old age, eyes closed, and his physical condition was not good. When he looked at his vitality, it was almost the same as the original Severo Mesa. But at this time, there were 2 men and 2 women around his bed. Eli hadn't seen and didn't know him. Who are you? How did you get in? A woman yelled at Eli. I'm the teacher's student, who are you? Eli's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't know what kind of relatives the teacher had. I'm the mother of the husband of Lei Meng's sister's daughter. I heard that Lei Meng is very bad this time, so I came to visit him. The woman explained that she was Lei Meng's student. Yes, Eli understands. The teacher is about to die, and all the relatives are here. This is really a touching feeling. Go away. Eli's language was also very simple, expressing what he meant. What do you mean, little brother? The man on the side glanced at Eli and said. We are also the teacher's family. The man scolded. Go away. The mental power radiated out, and several people suddenly broke down in cold sweat. A few seconds later, as if they saw something terrifying, they immediately ran out of the room as if they were fleeing, leaving Eli and Lemon behind. This is a simple application of the enchantment magic fear technique. Through special mental power fluctuations, people's brains produce specific hormones, resulting in fear and fantasy. As for what the few people saw, Eli didn't know. Several people left, and Eli silently closed the door. Go back to the bed and look at Lemon. Cough cough. Suddenly, a cough sounded. Lemon opened his eyes, looked around, then looked at Eli and said in surprise, "Where are those people?" "Let's go," Eli replied. "Well, Eli, teacher is really dying this time, and you will really have to rely on yourself in the future." Looking at Eli, Lemon said with a pale smile on his face. Yet, there were a lot of words, but Eli couldn't say it at this time. "I know you can take good care of yourself. I don't have much property. You and Herman should share it equally. Also, help me take care of Herman as much as possible. He always makes people worry." Not saying a word seemed to use all his strength. "Teacher, he's 53. Eli's mouth twitched. "Humph, in my eyes, you are still children." Lemon smiled. "Okay." Eli nodded. "Well, don't be so sad, I'm not going to die today," Lemon said reluctantly. "Teacher, don't talk so much." Eli held Lemon's hand, as if the skin and flesh were separated. "I'll rest for a while, you go first and call Herman over." Lemon closed his eyes, and he really had no strength at this time. Eli silently put down Raymond's hand. Soon, Herman arrived, and it was also a heartfelt remark. 3 days later. On this day, Herman and Eli were sitting on the sofa in the teacher's room. Silent. Suddenly, Eli raised his head and looked at the bedroom not far away. Tears streamed down his face. "Herman, we don't have a teacher." Eli closed his eyes and said in pain. "The teacher's vitality has completely disappeared. This is Eli's saddest day since he came into this world." Burn 337 years. Imperial Library Lemon University Fellow, died. Chapter 94. The fastest update to the latest chapter of the Eternals of the Wizarding World. Unlike the simple funeral of Severo Mesa when he died. When Lai Meng died, many well-known big figures in the Empire came and expressed their sadness. It was the first time that Yin Lai did not conduct any studies or experiments on this day. On this day, he was busy with the funeral. As for the cost this time, it was paid by the library. At last, looking at the gorgeous coffin being sent to the cemetery, a piece of soil was flying on the coffin, and the wooden coffin gradually disappeared in front of everyone. Some people covered their faces and cried, while others treated them calmly. Yin Lai and He-Man stood in the middle. Yin Lai was silent. Herman is also sad. He is no better than Yin Lai. For him, Lai Meng actually worried more, and even helped him a lot after many things. On the contrary, Yin Lai rarely needs help and is very capable. That's why he asked Yin Lai to help take care of Herman. "Don't be too sad, Yin Lai, some people won't leave." Rias patted Yin Lai's shoulder on the left and comforted. On the other side, Hela was also standing quietly. Unlike Rias, her feelings for Yin Lai were more admiration or appreciation. Farther away, Marquis Alex, Earl Klein, etc. also watched this scene silently. Roland hugged his wife and his daughter stood aside. Although they were not familiar with Lai Meng, they knew Yin Lai and understood that this was someone who helped them a lot. Today, Yin Lai's teacher passed away. Phew. Yin Lai took a deep breath and turned to look at the group of people behind him. "Bow deeply. Then leave." Everyone made way for him. Layman's death was a big change for Yin Lai. He became tougher. He felt that he had really grown up, as if he suddenly understood a lot of things in the past, and also understood that he should continue to live well and live up to the teacher's expectations. Immortality is just a state. It is impossible for him to have the idea of a real immortal from the very beginning. All experiences will be turned into nourishment, allowing Yin Lai to grow up gradually. And growth often comes at a price. Come after death. The library was also closed for 3 days to express condolences. But at the same time, on the other side, the king's side finally started to act. For a time, the power level of the library was changing rapidly, and the composition of personnel was also changing rapidly, and it was gradually becoming the king's own territory. This time, Yin Lai ignored it. 3 months later, the deputy directors of the library have all changed. The 2 nobles are both of the king's own people. However, in order not to be too ugly, a person from the library was elected, and Hela became one of the deputy directors. Another 3 months. The election of the director has also begun. This time, it was a marquis who directly took the part-time position as the curator. The library belongs to the king completely, and the original system here has also changed. The system is more strict, and the taste of ideas is gradually less intense. It is not so much a library as it is another bureaucracy. Yin Lai did nothing but maintained his peaceful life. Another 2 months. This time, the Imperial Library asked Yin Lai to return to undertake part of the work, and gave him a free salary, as well as benefits, as well as the possibility of promoting Yin Lai to a bachelor's degree. He refused. Then he resigned from all his positions in the library and became an ordinary scholar. No longer belonged to any power. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. Yin Lai made a decision. He decided to go out and travel to increase his knowledge, learn more things, see how the world works, and see the rules behind nature. He is already a third-class apprentice. For him, there is almost nothing that can threaten him here. As long as it is not an extraordinary life of a ring, even if he can't beat it, he may escape. As for the possibility of encountering a creature in the ring, the chances are not high. After all, he is just going out to travel, and he doesn't have to go to those deep mountains to find something. Don't get the purpose wrong. And even if he went, there was a map in Severo Mesa's legacy, which not only recorded the topography and dangerous conditions of many places in the country, but also recorded the dangerous situation, which was also helpful to Yin Lai. That's it, 339 years of the Burn calendar. Yin Lai, 54, told friends he was leaving King's Landing. A week later. Somewhere outside the city. Yin Lai sat on the carriage and smiled at the people who brought him in front of him. Be careful on the road. Rias said with slightly red eyes. She knew that she couldn't stop Yin Lai's decision. Well, you also take care of yourself. Yin Lai nodded, and the two embraced. It's obviously 54 years old and still running around, really. After Rias said goodbye, Hela said dissatisfied. Take care of yourself. Yin Lai didn't say anything, just a simple hug. This is his King's Landing, his few female friends. Good friend, I hope to see you again. Alex is almost 60, and his body is not as strong as he used to be. Take care. Roland just held Yin Lai's hand and handed him a badge. This is my badge. Along the way, as long as there is a Rose Chamber of Commerce, you can go in and get it, and you can ask them to prepare it if you need it. Okay. Yin Lai nodded. At this time, the Rose Chamber of Commerce has grown into the #1 Chamber of Commerce in Bern, and even the surrounding countries have their shops. Sir, this is from the Kazan Chamber of Commerce. Zhongli also respectfully handed over a sign. Yin Lai also took it, glanced at everyone, and then turned around to get into the car. Teacher. Just then, a crisp voice sounded. Yin Lai turned his head to look. A luxurious carriage drove out from the city gate, and the black dragon on the side of the carriage told him that it belonged to the Merlin family, the imperial royal family. And a pretty girl stuck her head out at this moment and greeted this side. As soon as the carriage stopped, a figure jumped down. This was a girl of about 13 or 14 years old. She had a beautiful appearance, long black hair, a blue childish color, and her skin was also very tender. She was wearing a white dress. He ran towards Yin Lai directly, and then hugged Yin Lai. Teacher, why don't you tell me you're leaving? The girl looked up at Yin Lai. Anna. Yin Lai touched the girl's head. This is the 6-year-old little girl who was about to go out now. While the girl got down, another woman, who was also graceful and luxurious, got down from the carriage. My lady queen. Everyone saluted immediately when they saw it. Anna is coming to see you, so I can only send her here, the queen said. She still doesn't understand why Anna likes a teacher so much. Fortunately, Yin Lai is 54 years old. She thinks there is no problem, but it is just a strong teacher-student relationship, so she will bring Anna here. If Yin Lai is 20 years old, then she must have killed Yin Lai. Teacher, I brought this to you. Holding Yin Lai's waist, Anna seemed to remember something, and took out a coat of arms from her clothes. This is what my father gave me. As long as you are still in the empire, take this out, even the marquis will have to help you. Anna looked at Yin Lai with big eyes and said. This. The queen also stared, how could she give this thing? Forget it, let's leave it to little Anna, Madam Queen, I'm leaving. Yin Lai refused with a smile, gave the queen a salute, then touched Anna's head and turned around to get into the car. Let's go, Coachman. At this time, the coachman was already shocked. God, who the heck is this person? But he didn't dare to delay, he started the carriage slowly and headed towards the road. Goodbye, teacher. It was still Anna's crisp voice. Yin glanced at the waving crowd and closed the curtains. Next time I come back, it's time to take what Saren Meditlan left behind. To provide you with the fastest update of the Eternals in the wizarding world of the Blue and White Ocean, so that you can view the fastest update of this book next time, be sure to save your bookmarks. Chapter 94 leaves free reading. https:// Chapter 95. The fastest update to the latest chapter of the Eternals of the wizarding world. Everything went smoothly on the way away. Yin Lai did not encounter any obstacles, and left King's Landing all the way. This time out, it may be a long time, and I don't know how many old friends will die when he returns. As for the destination, Yin Lai had no idea. Wherever you go, it counts as a journey. In this way, Yin Lai began a wandering wizard life. The coachman was sent away by him at a place similar to a transfer station, put on a young horse, and then Yin Lai left with the carriage. Along the way, about half of each day is on the road, and half of the time is in research and study. This is a trip, not a tour. Naturally, he still has to learn, so Yin Lai's journey is very slow. He often stops suddenly while walking, and then finds a place to experiment. Stop and go. Of course, I met a lot of people on the road, but Yin Lai never walks with him, and occasionally encounters beasts passing by, but he will leave as long as he emits a little mental fluctuation. Yin Lai has also encountered enemies who block the road and rob. Thanks for the gift of nature. The material for human experiments is available again. In this way, Yin Lai stopped and walked for half a year before he finally left King's Landing and came to another country next to him. After traveling for a while, the capital there settled down. The special local materials also surprised Yin Lai, and the new local products made Yin Lai feel amazed and gained a new understanding of potions. The essence of the potion's configuration is the fusion of extraordinary elements. After staying here for a year, Yin Lai left here in his carriage and started a nomadic life again. This kind of life lasted for about 10 years. Yin Laijiang has also traveled around the country. Many places on the map left by Severo Mesa have also been visited, and a lot of materials have been collected, as well as extraordinary bloodlines. Although it is low, it is still extraordinary. His own knowledge has also further precipitated, and it is much stronger than 10 years ago. Naturally, the same is true of strength. Spiritual strength has also reached 22.0, which is stronger than before, but the improvement is not great, as long as it is because of studying while traveling. However, he also had some ideas about the potion to improve his spiritual power. In the kingdom of Carlos, which is a place separated by 3 countries from Bern, Yin Lai found an interesting magic plant, which can absorb and improve his power by sucking blood. This shocked Yin Lai greatly. He lived directly there for 3 years. At present, this plant called blood bamboo flower has become the main content of his research, and Yin Lai's extraordinary potion depends on him. Even if this is just the beginning, Yin Lai feels that there is still a place for this plant to dig deeper. Great potential. Yin Lai was a little fortunate that he had gone out, otherwise he would not have encountered such precious plants. When it comes to plants, Yin Lai has to mention that seed, germination is germination, and it grows slowly. For 10 years, it only has a sharp point. Yin Lai is also very helpless. However, its quality is really high, and the level of feeling is very high, so Yin Lai has always carried it with him. The only regret is that there seems to be no news of the wizard camp, it seems to be further away. 1 year later. Yin Si Kingdom. In the city. Holding a strange plant, Craven flew through the shabby slums on both sides, came to the civilian area, glanced at the surrounding environment, and then quickly entered a remote store. The store is not big, and there are some strange things on both sides, and some commonly used drugs are also sold. Everyone in the civilian area of the capital knows that there is such a shop, which sells all kinds of strange things for a long time. As long as it is interesting, you can get money, and most of the items sold here are also bizarre. Only one of them is a golden sore. Medicine is liked by many mercenaries. It even attracted the attention of the noble, but the next day, the noble disappeared, and no one wanted to forcibly take it after that. Grandpa Yin Lai, I found a strange plant, can you see it? Keela Iwan shouted loudly towards the inside. Kaka. The door at the back of the store opened, and an old man came out. The old man looked very old, with all white hair and beard, and a pair of glasses, like a Frankenstein. It's Xiao Qila Iwan. Yin Lai smiled, walked over and took the things in his hand, then shook his head and said. It's a pity, it's just a very ordinary plant. That's it. The boy shook his head in frustration. The boy Yin Lai knew, a boy in the slum, who once found a precious item for him. Haha, I won't let you run around in vain, so what do I need to do here? Yin Lai smiled and said. Really? Craven's eyes lit up. He just thinks that this old man is very unusual, and he has long wanted to work here. Of course. Yin Lai smiled. He estimates that he will live here for a few years, and the shops here also need a chorus. Speaking of which, he came here last year, and he suddenly had an idea for the study of potions, so he settled here for research. Is there anything new recently? Yin Lai asked with a smile. Yes, it seems that the kingdom of Lorraine next door and the country next door are fighting, and it seems that Bern has also participated in the war. The boy said a piece of news that Yin Lai was interested in. Is the war coming? Yin Lai smiled, then motioned for the boy to stay for dinner. It's not yet time for him to go back. The changes in the war were unexpected. The scope of the war gradually expanded, and the Bane Empire fought with another home. In fact, the size of the two returning home is similar, but due to the various measures of Baron 7 over the years, Baron's national strength has weakened a lot, and the battlefield is also one-sided. 1 year later. The war is over. Not victory, but defeat. The Bern Empire cut a lot of land to each other and compensated a lot of money, and the war finally ended. In the same year, Bern 7 announced his abdication. Grandpa Yin Lai. Do you really want to leave? Qila Iwan looked at Yin Lai who was about to leave with a reluctant expression. Yes, under the sun, there is no banquet that will not go away. Yin Lai smiled and patted the boy's head. 12 years later, it's time to go back. Time to get back the Saran Meditlan stuff. Okay, thank you Grandpa Yin Lai for teaching me writing. Qila Iwan looked grateful. In the past year or so, when he was idle, he learned writing from Yin Lai. That's just the result of your hard work, you don't need to thank me. Yin Lai nodded and stepped into the carriage next to him. The coachman, go. The carriage moved towards the city gate. To provide you with the fastest update of the Eternals in the wizarding world of the Blue and White Ocean, so that you can view the fastest update of this book next time, be sure to save your bookmarks. Chapter 95 12 Years Free Reading. https:// Chapter 96. Back to King's Landing again. Yin Lai didn't make much fanfare, but came back in secret. The carriage came to the city wall with a hint of history, and the soldiers guarding were no longer the ones they were familiar with. After a simple look at their identity, Yin Lai was let in. After crossing several streets, Yin Lai returned to his door. The vines that used to be on the fence have now covered the surrounding fence, green and verdant. Seeing that Yin Lai is back, he made a salsa sound and stretched out his tentacles to approach Yin Lai. Yin Lai smiled. He didn't take this plant with him, but he didn't expect it to be alive when he stayed here. And vaguely, he felt that the plants actually exuded magic power. It has actually reached the low level of Zero Ring and turned into a real extraordinary plant. Not bad. Yin Lai smiled, this little guy was already faintly conscious. Pushing open the door, there were no plants in the yard at this time. Just kidding, how could there be weeds with such a plant, but he seemed to see a lot of corpses in the depths of the soil. Needless to say, that must have wanted to break in and be killed. That's too regretful. Continuing to walk forward, the door was now dissatisfied with a layer of dust, opened, and a piece of dust was raised, but there was no way to get close to Yin Lai. As for the house, the dust was swept away by the wind. No change. Yin Lai nodded. When he left, the house was bought by him, the laboratory and other places were also cleaned up, and no one seemed to break into it. Go see old friends. Putting away the items, Yin Lai felt that he went to see how many of his friends were still alive. At this time, he was 66 years old. In this empire where the average age of commoners was less than 60 and the average age of nobles was less than 80, he was barely older. Hope his friends are still alive. The next day, Yin Lai visits everyone. Unexpectedly, everyone is still alive. It seems that only Roland's health is very bad recently, but with the help of Yin Lai's potion, he is also back to health again. Rias and Hela are as beautiful as they used to be. Although Yin La's beauty-preserving potion for them could not prevent the reduction of their lifespans, it could also make their appearance almost unchanged. Several people recalled the past time, and Yin Lai silently left the place of several people. In addition to Rias and Hela, some of the others even have grandchildren's children, which is outrageous. In fact, Hela has always been an unmarried family, and Rias Yunlei also persuaded him a long time ago. Later, after the close contact, he did not mention this matter. In the castle. Long time no see. Laya expressed her thoughts without hesitation. Yunlei gave Rias a hug. According to his original thoughts, there should be no plans to have too many connections with women, but as his time grew, Yunlei found that sometimes it was rare. He is still a human being, full of passions and desires. He prefers to go with the flow now, ensuring his own safety is the first, but there is no need to suppress himself. After Hela and Yunlei met, they looked at each other, and the two simply hugged each other without saying a word. Alex had given up the title of Marquis at this time, and his son inherited the title. Roland is similar, his body has not allowed him to continue to work, and his son has also inherited the Chamber of Commerce. In the end, Yunlei looked around for a week and found that the only person who died was Arya Kazan, who died of illness 5 years ago, leaving behind a son before his death. Of course, his son also inherited the imprint of his soul when Yunlei passed by Lorraine and continued to work for Yunlei. Arya Kazan didn't see Yunlei die early, and he could only hope that his son's generation would survive. Die Yunlei. Poor Arya. After visiting the old man, Yunlei walked around the entire King's Landing. Many places have changed dramatically. For example, it used to be a big villa, and now it is a theatre. The shop that used to be a store has been replaced by a horse shed, and so on. There are too many. When passing the library, Yunlei also cast a glance. At this time, the library seemed to be renovated, and it looked a bit luxurious from the outside, and the guards who guarded it also changed into private soldiers of the nobles, guarding the place. Yunlei originally wanted to go in and have a look, but he learned that there was one silver tower at a time when he entered here. It used to be 5 copper towers. Yunlei smiled and turned to leave. The library is no longer what it used to be. Losing Severo Mesa, Lai Meng, here is meaningless to Yunlei, and he has no intention of going back. Maybe too familiar. Yunlei walked to Luying Lane and Moon Lane. This may be the only place that is more prosperous than before. The failure of the upper class made many people vent their frustration here. Yunlei briefly strolled around and left. Time has changed here, and it has changed him. Half a day later, Yunlei made the various changes in King's Landing clear again. But after checking, he did not leave. Instead, he walked towards the palace. The seeds that have been planted have come to be harvested. At this time, in the palace, Anna sat on the chair and frowned beautifully. At the age of 23, she was already slim, with long black hair falling, blue eyes like sea water, and her skin as white as milk. At this time, she was wearing a white dress with a beautiful face, which was as beautiful as an angel. This is the eldest princess of the Bern Empire, known as a rare beauty in the empire for 100 years. But at this time the beauty frowned and sighed deeply. His Royal Highness. The maid on the side couldn't help asking when she saw the princess so melancholy. Your Highness, does your Majesty really plan to let His Royal Highness the second prince inherit the throne? This is too unconventional. You are also very good, Princess. Father does have this plan. Anna shook her head, holding the handle beside her tightly, as if it was about to be crushed. As a high-level knight, she has that power. In fact, very few people know. Bern 7 not only has poor political performance, but also has a preference for his son. There used to be only one Anna, but with the birth of the second and third princes, everything changed. Bern 7 focused more on his 2 sons and paid less attention to Anna. At this time, Bern 7 actually wanted to inherit Anna's throne to His Royal Highness the second prince. Even if it is not the second prince, it is definitely the third prince. Anna was furious. However, Bane 7 has abdicated, but before Bane 8 inherits the throne, he is still the core of the empire and can decide this matter. Could it be? Anna lowered her head a little unwillingly. Suddenly, someone came in from outside. His Royal Highness, there is a request from Yunlei to meet. Anna suddenly raised her head, her eyes lit up. Chapter 97. Teacher. Anna hasn't heard the teacher's name for a long time, it seems like a long time for 12 years. Outside, everyone said that although the eldest princess is beautiful, she doesn't have any admiration for anyone, and she doesn't seem to be interested in men, but only she knows it, and Anna only has him in her heart. His teacher. Yin Lai. Strangely, when she saw the teacher for the first time, she felt that the teacher had an inexplicable attraction. Later, even if she was branded by the soul of control, she did not hesitate. That's not liking, but beyond liking. In other words, it can be called belief. In fact, this is also the horror of wizards in the mortal world. With their spiritual power, they can really control a person with a high probability and obey completely from the heart. Bring him in. No, I'll go meet him in person. After hesitating for a while, Anna stood up immediately, ignoring her dress dragging on the ground, and immediately walked out. In another waiting room, she met Yin Lai. Although Yin Lai looked very old, with all white hair and beard, Anna still rushed over, just like that morning 12 years ago, hugging Yin Lai. Teacher, I miss you so much. Cough cough. The corners of Yin Lai's mouth twitched, it seemed that he was working hard back then. I miss little Anna too. The two let go, and Yin Lai touched Anna's head. Well, it's actually not small. Well, you go out first. With a smile on Anna's face, she turned her head and said to the other guards who were still here. The guards looked at each other and left immediately. After everyone left, Anna took Yin Lai's hand, sat on the sofa beside him, and told Yin Lai about his 12-year absence, while Yin Lai listened patiently. From Anna's mouth, Yin Lai also knew more about Bern, such as the reasons for the outbreak of the war, as well as the current predicament and so on. How have you been, teacher? Anna asked with big eyes. I've been through all these years. Yin Lai stroked his beard and said, that's a long story. Yin Lai told the story, and Anna listened. In fact, the relationship between the two is not like the master-slave relationship between him and Arya, but a little closer. After all, he has also been Anna's teacher. However, he still has absolute control over Anna. Forget it, let's stop talking about this, let's talk about your situation, the current situation of the succession to the throne. After chatting for a while, Yin Lai changed his words, but he did not forget his purpose. And along the way, he felt as if the situation was different from what he thought. Teacher, there may be an accident. Anna pursed her lips and told Yin Lai the current situation. That is, she may not be able to inherit the throne. Yin Lai raised his brows. He didn't expect Bayan 7 to be so unruly. Really a scumbag king. But Yin Lai didn't panic. In fact, everything was different when he was promoted to the third-class apprentice. At that time, he could completely sneak into the palace, dig out the things inside, or do other things. However, Yin Lai's idea back then was very simple, that is, if there might be something inside that could not be moved, or it was inconvenient to take away, and if he found him in the future, he might have to borrow the power of the royal family, so he kept waiting. Mainly to be safe. After all, there is only one copy of Saren Meditlin's legacy, and there can be no accidents. Then what do you think? Yin Lai asked. Teacher, I know that you need me to inherit the throne, but at present, there are only 3 ways, one is to change my father's wishes, and the other is to kill him, so that it may be executed according to the law. I am the new queen, the third is to kill my 2 younger brothers. Yin Lai blinked. The idea is clear, but a little weird. But my father's will can't be changed at all. He is an old stubborn, but if I really want to kill him, it will be difficult for me to kill him. After all, he is my father. Anna was silent. What about your 2 younger brothers? Yin Lai asked. It seems that she has some thoughts on the third one. Well, what I'm thinking of at the moment is to kill them. They are not my mother's children, but other women's, and there are many forces behind each of them. Even if my father really dies, I may not be able to inherit it. Burn 8, so as long as they die, I can inherit. Anna simply said. At this time, she really looks a bit like a ruler. In other words, the appearance just now is only revealed when there are no outsiders, or in front of Yin Lai. A really weak person can't lead a country. Yin Lai thought this was a very interesting little girl back then. Then how are you preparing now? Yin Lai asked. There are many people who support me at the moment, but compared with the 2 younger brothers, it is still slightly worse. This battle may last for a long time. I am worried that my father may terminate it early. He has always wanted the two younger brothers to inherit the throne. Anna is a little worried at this time. If her father really died, it would be better, so she could give it a go, but now, facing not only the strong backup of the two brothers, but also the possibility of being stabbed in the back by the king, she really can't do anything. It is good. That's it. Yin Lai thought about it, it was really troublesome. When he came back this time, Yin Lai's biggest purpose was to retrieve Saren Meditlin's legacy. No more than before, now he has enough power to execute what he wants to do. Back then, Saren Meditlin was alone, with a student with a drag bottle, and he was still able to build this huge country by himself in just a few years. Isn't it just strength? Now, it's time for him to take action. Just to verify his strength. After developing for so long, it is time to play a group. Let me leave this matter to your teacher, and I'll help you. Yin Lai patted Anna on the shoulder and said. Well, thank you teacher. Anna nodded. Although she didn't know the teacher's actual situation, she also knew that the teacher was definitely not an ordinary person. She absolutely believed in Yin Lai and believed that he could do it. Well, it's getting late. You will send me the information and the trajectory of the two tomorrow. Yin Lai nodded. Teacher, it's already very late, or else just stay in the palace, it's really not good, I can do it here, I want to talk to the teacher more. Anna twisted. No, going to bed early is good for your skin. Yin Lai touched Anna's head and left. The next day, Yin Lai received a message from Anna. 3 days later, the second prince died. The empire was in turmoil, and the whole country was shocked. Chapter 98. The second prince is dead. This is something no one thought of. It is said that during a hunt, the second prince entered the forest with the others, and when the hunting was over, everyone found that the second prince had not returned. So everyone went back to the forest to look for it, and also dispatched many soldiers and knights, and finally found the dead second prince in a corner of the forest, and the great knight who was protecting him. It was definitely intentional killing. After all, the hunting forests are basically all artificially placed creatures. How could there be monsters that threaten their lives? Even if there was a great knight on the side, and they died so silently. The empire immediately sent people out to search, but there were no clues at all. The biggest suspects are actually the third prince and Anna. After all, the second prince is dead, and the third prince is most likely to inherit the throne. As for Princess Anna, there is a certain possibility, but the degree of suspicion is still less than that of the third prince. However, the review team subconsciously gave way to the two princes and princesses. After all, any of them may be the future heirs, and it is not a good thing to be in the same room, and no one will allow such a thing to be widely spread. At this time in Anna's palace, Anna was also very surprised when she received the news. After expressing his sadness and surprise, he returned to the palace calmly. As for who killed the second prince, of course, needless to say, he just gave the information to the teacher, and the second prince died. The teacher is amazing. Anna was in a good mood and returned to the palace. Gently take off the white silk pajamas, and then bathe in the palace. Just when Anna was enjoying it. In another palace, His Royal Highness the Third Prince sat on the main seat, drinking and laughing. Below are all kinds of nobles, some of whom supported him before, and some who supported him after the death of His Royal Highness the Second Prince, sitting on both sides, drinking wine. His Royal Highness the Third Prince was really proud of the spring breeze these days. With the death of the Second Prince, he has basically locked up Bane 8. He would wake up laughing when he was dreaming these days. As for the sadness of the death of the Second Prince, I'm sorry, but it's really not there. He wanted him to die a long time ago. It's all right, someone helped him solve it. His Royal Highness, won't we be too ostentatious like this, and the Second Prince has just died. If someone wants to harm you, I think it's better to stay in a safe place. Looking at the appearance of the Second Prince, a woman reminded him. She was sent by the nobles from His Royal Highness's mother's side to protect him, and she was also a great knight. Zimi, don't worry so much, take a look. The third prince glanced at the woman and asked him to look forward. Did you see that there are at least a dozen great knights here, and dozens of night guards outside? Do you think there will be any danger here? His Royal Highness the Third Prince stretched out his hand and said loudly. That's right, the peak knight is here, and it is absolutely impossible to walk in front of His Royal Highness. A noble raised his glass and said loudly. That is, with us, no one can hurt His Royal Highness. His Royal Highness, the second prince, must have encountered a large number of great knights in ambush, otherwise it would not be possible to die so quickly. How could anyone dare to come here with so many people here? Many nobles discussed and raised their glasses to celebrate. That's right, everyone drink. His Royal Highness the third prince smiled. Indeed, here is the iron wall, who dares to come? Come on, drink. The third prince stood up and raised his glass towards the crowd. Many nobles also stood up and raised their glasses. Hey, why do I feel a little sleepy? Suddenly, a nobleman said. Me too. Another noble also shook his head, feeling something was wrong. Pang! A nobleman not far away fell directly to the ground. It seemed like a signal. The next second, the people in the palace fell like wheat in an instant. Even the great knight just walked a few steps and fell directly to the ground. This is... The third prince's eyes widened, and he also felt an unspeakable dizziness. Out of the corner of the eye, he saw that the great knight who protected him had also fallen. The third prince cried out in his heart, but fell straight forward. Go down the stairs. The sound of the body and the stone colliding sounded, and the third prince rolled directly into the hall. Moment. The hall, which was noisy 1 second ago, fell into silence the next second. Even outside the palace, there was silence. Quack! A few birds passed by, and the silver-white moonlight shot in from outside the door, and the black shoes that had been stepping on the moonlight walked in toward the hall. This is a special stun potion that I have developed over the years. Even the golems in the late Zero Ring that I once encountered in the kingdom of Lorraine couldn't resist, not to mention the great knight. Yin Lai looked at the fallen great knight, smile. There are many such people, and it is convenient to use this method. Third prince, where is the third prince? Yin Lai did not forget the purpose of the trip, stepped on the crowd, and soon saw the third prince who was lying down under the steps. Tisk tisk tisk, it was a terrible fall. Looking at the blood on the third prince's head, Yin Lai sighed. There are deep cracks in many places on the ground, and the head of the third prince has been separated from the body. After confirming that the third prince was definitely dead, Yin looked around to make sure that no one was awake, and walked out of the hall. Like that, it was as easy as shopping in a mall. The next day, when a passing guard entered the palace and found that it was full of fallen people, everyone was frightened and ran out. Day 3. The news of the death of His Royal Highness the Third Prince once again shocked the kingdom. But this time there was no search, let alone any action. The official news is that His Royal Highness the Third Prince fell down the steps and died unexpectedly, and those who knew the inside story did not dare to reveal it, nor did he expose it. As for who did it, everyone had a vague guess, but no one dared to say. 3 more days. The Empire announces that Princess Anna will inherit the throne. A month later, Anna became the new queen, succeeding Burn 8. On this day, the whole country celebrates. People came out of the streets and alleys, crowded on both sides of the road, looked at Anna in the limousine, and cheered. Everyone was expecting that she could bring new hope to this country. Burn has really been in decline for a long time. From then on, she is the new master of this country. As for the past, no one dares to discuss it, or in other words, no one cares. Only the nobles will care about this. The people don't care who inherits the throne, they only know that the bad 7th generation who harmed their lives has finally become history. The succession of the king only took 3 days, but the following things took a long time. When all the affairs of the empire were completed, and the nobles expressed their allegiance, a month had passed. It's all over. Anna also took a firm seat as king. Chapter 99. This is the great hall that Severo Mesa was talking about. With the stability of the empire, Yin Lai finally came to the palace of the Bayin Palace. And it has been almost 20 years since Severo Mesa, the former curator, told Yin to come to this place. Well, teacher, are you sure you're here? Anna asked curiously. At this time, there were only the 2 of them in the hall, and the others had already been dispersed and left. Yin Lai turned his head and glanced at Anna. Today, Anna was wearing a gorgeous red dress, the dress behind her was dragging on the ground, and there were only simple gems on her head, but she was still dazzling, like a phoenix. This is the new queen of the Burn Empire, Queen Anna of Burn 8. But unlike the image of the domineering queen displayed by the queen who had been in power for 2 months, she was next to Yin Lai at this time, like a little girl. Yes, something is really not right. Yin Lai nodded. Step on the ground lightly, and the spiritual power penetrates down the ground, and you can feel obvious resistance at the position of 5 or 6 meters underground. There is definitely something in that depth. Go aside. She waved Anna to the side. Anna was obedient and immediately walked into the distance. A gust of wind element appeared in Yin La's hand slowly, and quickly condensed, turning into a wind column like a rope. The next second, the wind column was pulled out like a whip. Check. A harsh rubbing sound sounded, and a large piece of rock was split open instantly on the ground. In this way, Yin Lai used the wind blade to directly chop up a surface rock in the palace, exposing the bottom part. The prototype of this witchcraft is actually the wind wall shield, which has long been changed by him. But Yin Lai thought it was nothing. How could witchcraft be such an inconvenience? And as the rock on the surface was cut open, some differences did appear underneath, and it became a large piece of rock and soil. At this point, the wind blade was not suitable. Witchcraft dirt control. Spiritual power is running, sorcery model is constructed, the soil layer is slowly pushed away from both sides, and a hole slowly appears. Through the hole, Yin Lai looked down, and there really seemed to be a huge space underneath. I found it. Yin Lai smiled as he felt the faint magical fluctuations in it. Is this the power of the teacher? Not far away, Anna's eyes widened, watching this scene. What happened just now had too much impact on her. She had seen a great knight pierce a wind blade, but that would have to be done by a top knight, but Yin Lai actually used the wind blade directly like a rope. Cut. Amazing. And even if it was the wind blade just now, she felt that the great knight would be torn apart. Well, where is the person I asked you to find? At this time, Yin Lai suddenly asked Anna who was beside him. There seems to be a big karst cave underneath, with a lot of space. Yin Lai's mental power can only see the front section. Yet. Anna immediately knocked on the door on one side, and soon, the door opened, and a bound knight pushed in. Just kidding, the situation inside is unknown, and it's still the legacy of a ring wizard. Yin Lai didn't dare to go in person, so let's have a look at it first. Your Majesty. The prisoner was also very confused. He was going to die today, but he was suddenly brought out and told that he might need to do something. If he is needed, he may live, if he is not needed, then he is dead. So he kept waiting anxiously, and then suddenly told that it was time to need him. The man was ecstatic and was taken away. But when I came to the main hall, looking at all this and the old man not far from the queen's eyes, the prisoner was a little confused and didn't understand what was going on. Check the situation below. If you can survive, I won't kill you. Anna ignored the man's state and said directly to the man. Okay. Although the knight was stunned, he also knew that this was his only chance. Soon, after tying the rope to the knight, the man jumped in directly from the hole. Pang! The bottom seemed to be very deep, and the rope dropped more than 20 meters before the knight landed. Yin Lai waited calmly, while Anna was pulling the rope. 20 minutes before the probe, the rope just kept extending, and then it didn't move. Yin Lai even thought that something had happened to the man, but after a few minutes, the rope underneath moved suddenly, indicating that it could be pulled up. The investigation is over. Yin Lai's eyes lit up, while Anna was wearing gorgeous clothes and slowly pulled the rope. Soon, the man was pulled up by Yin Lai. Ho! After getting up, the man gasped heavily. How is it? What's going on underneath? Anna asked while looking at the knight. Reporting, Your Majesty, there is a naturally formed karst cave underneath, without any creatures, but a small lake formed by dripping water, and there is a grotto on one side of the rock wall. I went in, there are several boxes inside, and there is a dead body on the side. The knight gasped. Although he wondered why her lady queen was pulling the rope, he still narrated the following things. Yin Lai observed that the man's spirit was stable, and he didn't seem to be lying. There is really no danger underneath, and it is safe to do so. Yin Lai is also ready to go. However, considering other questions, Yin Lai still asked some questions, and finally determined that there was no problem, then nodded towards Anna and prepared to go on. But not even a few steps. Yin Lai stopped. Why did he go down in person? Wouldn't it be enough to just let the knight take out the things? Who knows if there are any traps on the corpse? Let the brave knight take it all. You know that today's events cannot be leaked, right? Yin Lai turned to the knight and said. Understood. The knight nodded hurriedly, but he also understood to a large extent that he might have seen something important. After all, this is the palace of the palace. He was a little nervous about whether the queen would really let him go. Then do you think you still have any hope of living? Yin Lai asked again. The knight's cold sweat has already broken down. In this way, I will give you a chance to become my slave. I can let you go, are you willing? Yin Lai said calmly. The knight was a little stunned and looked at the queen beside him. Anna just nodded and said, if you agree, no one here will hurt you. The knight received the promise, then nodded solemnly, and said, I would. Half an hour later, the knight who was branded with his soul went down the cave again. After half a day. Inside the hall. Yin Lai looked at the 3 boxes in front of him, as well as a corpse in a wizard's robe, with a happy smile. Especially when the knight took off the wizard's robe, took out the crystal ball in the bosom of the corpse, and handed it to Yin Lai established a connection, and perceived the content. The first one was Saline Meditlin's wizard journal. Couldn't help but smile. Found it. Really found it. And Sarin Meditlin's body is actually here, no wonder the curator did not find Sarin Meditlin's body in the mausoleum. Yin Lai looked at the crystal ball and couldn't bear it any longer. He directly dived into his consciousness. He wanted to see what the guy Sarin Meditlin was looking for. Let me be healthy. Chapter 100. New Calendar. First Age 3010. I came to the territory of the Shadow Monitor Lizard Bloodline Warlock. The environment here is good, and there are many interesting materials. I plan to live here for a while. I fused the blood of a shadow-type beast, so those warlocks couldn't see the difference at all, they just thought I was their kind, and I got along well with them on the surface, but I despised these warlocks who completely lost their will to explore the truth. They are no longer worthy of being called wizards. The first page of the journal appears to be that Sarin Meditlin has come to a place and is ready to live. But what do you mean? Warlocks should only be a type of wizards, why would Sarin say that they have lost the will to explore the truth? Kind of weird, don't quite understand. Yin Lai continued to look down. Oh, I heard that a small wizard ruins were found nearby. It may be the ruins of a former college here. Maybe I can find some good things from there. Well, it's completely abandoned, and it's been searched for a long time, there's nothing of value, disappointment. Today I found out that there seems to be a small wizard force here. I was so pleasantly surprised. There are wizard forces here. If I want to find them, I need more knowledge. I participated in their exchange meeting in secret, it was really great, this kind of knowledge collision feeling. Between the lines, Yin Lai could also feel Saline's psychological changes at this time. The first is to explore a wizard relic, and then find the wizard force and participate in the exchange meeting. Everything looks fine, but it doesn't make sense at all. Why is it so happy to hear about a small wizarding faction? Could it be that there is no wizarding force nearby, but didn't he join the warlock's territory before? Isn't this the act of looking for glasses with glasses? It's weird. Yin Lai frowned. This log confused him at the beginning, which is why he didn't understand the wizard's world at all. How should I put it, the wizard's world seems to be a little different from what Yin Lai imagined. Yin Lai looked down with curiosity. The next things are mostly all kinds of things that happened to him in the warlock territory, including some temporary camps, exploration, research, and the like. It seems to be normal, but Yin Lai always feels a faint, cautious. Yes, it seems to be cautious. It seems that he seems to be afraid of being exposed, and he has always appeared as a warlock, and the reason for the fusion of bloodlines has kept him from being exposed at all, but a little change happened later. The year 3015 of the First Era, damn, with the improvement of my spiritual power, my lifespan is passing faster. Damn, I have to think of something. Well, I have no choice at all. Maybe I should take the path of a warlock from the beginning. Although I chose to be promoted to a wizard and then fuse the blood of a warlock, it is indeed stronger, but I also lost a lot of what a warlock can have. Unfortunately, at that time I didn't understand the disadvantages of wizards. No, it was not the disadvantages of wizards, but the disadvantages of this world. If I want to stay alive, I don't have many choices. Either go to the dark, continue to advance, and break through the second ring. At that time, my vitality will grow again, or choose some other means. Will the improvement of spiritual power increase the flow of vitality? Seeing this, Yin Lai has deeply understood that this is definitely not right. Why does the improvement of spiritual power consume life force to speed up? It is simply outrageous. This is totally against the rules. It's not right. I don't know what common sense knowledge should be in it. Yin Lai knew there was a problem, but he didn't know where the problem was. It's like nobody writes in a journal that they need to use their legs to walk. Saren Meditlan also did not log why this happened. Yin Lai took a deep breath to keep himself calm. If not, then analyze it yourself. Saren's journal mentions being promoted to warlock and joining the bloodline after being promoted. Through previous studies, Yin Lai also knew the difference between the two. The former is directly integrated into the bloodline when advancing to the first stage, and then the main focus is on mining the bloodline, which will give you the talent of bloodline witchcraft, and will basically give up other aspects, especially the element class. After all, the bloodline will directly affect the wizard, and many elements are directly inaccessible. Application. But there are also advantages. This will completely inherit the power of the bloodline, and the lifespan will be greatly enhanced, far exceeding that of ordinary wizards. The latter is in the case of a wizard as the main body, and then integrates into the bloodline and uses the bloodline. This is just using the bloodline as a tool, and using him will not be much different from the former one, that is, there is no bloodline. Gifted sorcery, and lifespan growth will also be just normal. The former is like a heresy among wizards, relying on the power of blood, and the desire for knowledge is not strong, while the latter is to mine knowledge. There is a saying that describes it like this. The power of a sorcerer comes from blood, and the power of a wizard comes from knowledge. However, the warlock in the journal seems to be more extreme, and is even described by him as completely losing the will to explore the truth, which is very strange. Because even a warlock, there are very few warlocks so extreme. There are also disadvantages of combining the world behind. Yin Lai faintly felt that there might be a problem in this world. Is there something wrong with this world? Yin Lai was also taken aback by his own thought. After all, this idea is too whimsical, it is even outrageous. It shouldn't be, no, it's okay. Yin Lai's thoughts were confused. In fact, he discovered that he actually knew nothing about the world. His exploration of this world is still in the mortal worlds such as the Bine Empire, but is the real wizarding world, or the supernatural world really what he thinks it is? This is an unknown. Forget it, continue to look down. Knowing that there is a problem, but this does not solve anything, Yin Lai decided to continue to look down. I participated in the blood sacrifice of the wizards, and they seemed to want to exchange vitality for unknown existences through this method. I was very resistant to this idea, because real wizards should be seekers of truth. But I finally agreed. The blood sacrifice begins, we've been found out. The warlocks discovered our evil deeds, and I was hunted, but luckily, I managed to escape. This group of wizards seems to be troubled by the speed of life force passing, so blood sacrifice is used. Is that why they are being hunted? It does seem a little evil. At this time, Yin Lai didn't want to think so much anymore, so let's wait and see. I ran away. But I was too late to advance, and my vitality was indeed not enough. But I found a secret realm of the four-ring true spirit wizard Antonio 5,000 years ago. The location is in the west, a place called the Southern Desert. There is no place where wizards want to go. It is a barren land. This is the wizard who still stayed after the cataclysm. I heard that the speed of life can be slowed down in the secret realm, and there may be the legacy of the true spirit wizard in it. It is said that there is a life extending 10,000 spirit grass, so I decided to go. Southern Desert, here I come. Chapter 101. The log is almost over here. Yin Lai is a little numb. The main reason is that he knows every word in this diary, but he doesn't know it when combined. He understands what the secret realm means, but what is the cataclysm? Could it be that the new calendar in the diary is also related to this? There was once an old calendar? Well, it doesn't matter, anyway, do you know what Saren Meditlan is looking for? Yin Lai was helpless, but he finally knew Saren Meditlan's purpose. A mysterious realm of four-ringed true spirits. True spirit is also known as the Lord of the world in the endless world. It is a truly powerful existence. Even in the wizarding world, it is not a weak existence. Such a secret realm is indeed enough for Saren Meditlan to pursue. Then Yin Lai looked at the next log again. The above records his coming to this land, including accepting a tool man student, and establishing an empire to search for relics, but he did not find it until his death. I'm sure they are in the area of Bern. Maybe I guessed wrong. It seems to be in a bunch of countries around it. There should be a range. In the end, Saren Meditlan gave a region, that is, with Bern as the center and more than a dozen countries around it. Unfortunately, if Saren Meditlan can be sure from the beginning, maybe he will be found. Yin Lai shook his head. Obviously, since Saren Meditlan was still here, he naturally didn't find it. After reading the log, Yin Lai continued to check other things. In addition to some experimental data and some knowledge, at the end, Yin Lai actually found something interesting. Last words. My friend, I'm sorry, if you read this letter, I should have failed. Really sad. I became a wizard apprentice at the age of 22 and became a full-fledged wizard at the age of 40, but when I was promoted, I realized that this is a hopeless world, so desperate. With the improvement of the wizard's power, the consumption of vitality will rapidly accelerate. This is the wizard the morning. Since you have seen this, there is a high probability that you have obtained the inheritance that I left in the empire. Ha ha ha, I forgot to tell you, in fact, inheritance will not let people die at all, only those who do not have the talent of wizards will be killed. I am very sorry that the mental force in it died. I have left the rest of the range and all my legacy, these are my precious possessions, I hope you can treat them well. Wizards are very united, poor child, I'm sorry, if you can, you'd better follow the path of pure warlock. Wizards are really no longer suitable for this world. Saren Meditran. Even between the lines, you can feel Saren's sadness. Yin Lai sighed. It seems to be true that there may be something wrong with the world. Moreover, with the improvement of the wizard's strength, the consumption of vitality will be greatly accelerated. And the reason why Saren persuaded Yin Lai to follow the path of a warlock should be for the long life of a warlock. What the heck happened? Yin Lai shook his head. This world has definitely experienced something, and it is likely to be a cataclysm. Maybe there will be clues in the secret realm too. And is he really going to give up the wizarding path? Yin Lai blinked. He was already a third-class apprentice, and he was indeed about to consider the promotion of a wizard, whether to follow the path of a bloodline warlock or a wizard. I'm a wizard. In the end, Yin Lai said calmly. It's just the consumption of vitality. If it was someone else, they might care, but would Yin Lai care? He is an immortal, and he does not lack that stuff. Moreover, the strength of the wizard is more than that of the warlock. There is no doubt about this. Why should he choose a weak profession? He needs to be stronger so that he can better protect himself and protect his immortality. And the most important point. Although he is very salty, Yin Lai is also firm in his pursuit of knowledge. Of course, these are just Yin Lai's thoughts, and the rest will be discussed later. Yin Lai's consciousness slowly withdrew from the crystal ball. At this moment, Anna and the knight shrank aside, as if they did not dare to disturb Yin Lai. Seeing Yin Lai awake, Anna let out a long sigh of relief, felt walking over, and asked, "Teacher, is this what you are looking for?" "Yes." Yin Lai nodded, then looked at the boxes on the ground. "Teacher, I'll send someone to deliver it to your home." Anna said again. "Okay." He replied, then looked at the hole behind him, and said, "I've sealed this place for now, maybe I'll go in and see it later." "It is good." The impact of Saline's diary on Yin Lai was too great, and Yin Lai didn't bother to care about it, so he went home directly. After returning for a while, the 3 boxes were sent back. Looking at the 3 boxes, Yin Lai didn't open them, but after they were placed, he went straight to sleep. He needed a rest. The next day, Yin Lai wakes up. He called the knight who was already his slave to open the box. The contents of the 3 boxes were instantly displayed in front of Yin Lai. The first 2 boxes are all kinds of books, as well as Saren's various notes and experiment logs. The 3rd box contains a wizard's robe, a staff, and a ring. Soon, Yin Lai also knew the role of 3 things. The wizard's robe is a top-level 0-ring witchcraft, both in terms of defense and spell defense. After charging, it can release a shield against 1-ring wizardry every day. Yin Lai likes this wizard robe very much. For him at this stage, it is a life-saving artifact. The staff is also a 0-ring magic weapon, which is much stronger than Yin Lai's. It can directly make the 0-ring witchcraft exert 150% of its power. It is the best apprenticeship. However, Saren doesn't look very wealthy. Yin Lai curled his lips, and he was already a wizard, and they were all items of the 0-ring. On the contrary, the last item that is indeed a ring is called the Thunder Python Ring. It can control 2 Thunder Pythons for bombardment. Of course, it can be combined into one. Anyway, it feels very strong. The only pity is that only 1 ring can be used. Yin Lai will take a look at it now. It belongs to what can be seen and cannot be used. But it's already very good. Yin Lai looked at these and showed a satisfied smile. Witchcraft is second, mainly the 2 boxes of extraordinary books and notes left by Saren. Those are really precious things. With those, Yin Lai can fill in his missing knowledge. And there are also some witchcraft models in one ring. As long as he has enough mental power, Yin Lai can break through and become a real wizard. As for what he said after that, that's what happened later. There are also true spirit relics, this is another matter, don't worry. Chapter 102. Yin Lai intends to put things aside for a while. After all, the scope is quite large. If he intends to search by himself, it may take a little longer. Of course, he didn't plan to search for it himself. After all, even Severo Mesa, who spent more than 20 years alone, only briefly searched 4 or 5 surrounding countries, but this time it was bigger. The scope is full of dozens of countries. Yin Lai certainly has time, but he is not that boring. Since he controlled the empire through Anna, why should he search for it himself? In fact, this was also the idea given to him by Saren Meditlan, otherwise Yin Lai would not have lit up when he saw the princess recruiting a teacher. Yin Lai's strength is enough to ensure his safety in the Night Kingdom, but the search should be handed over to the people from the Burn Kingdom first. It may take a long time, but at least it will be much faster than Yin Lai himself. And Yin Lai himself, who is ready to settle down again in King's Landing. The purpose of this settlement is to study his experience over the past 10 years, what he wants to learn, and the legacy of Saren Meditlan, which may be more important in the long run. There is still something that the official wizard needs to prepare for breaking through, and he should also start preparing. After breaking through the official wizard, whether to go to the real wizard world or stay here, that is another matter, and we will talk about it later. 3 months later. A small manor outside King's Landing was renamed Les Dun Manor, which attracted the attention of many people. Because this manor is not simple. Although it is not big, it belongs to the royal family. There is a small forest near the manor. Every year, the royal family gathers some nobles to hunt. But this year, this manor not only changed its name, but also no longer has the responsibility of hunting in the future, but was bestowed by Her Majesty the Queen to a scholar named Yin Lai, which made many curious about Yin Lai's background. But after investigation, Yin Lai's background was unbelievably simple. The only thing that made them suspect was that he was once Queen Anna's teacher, which made many nobles lament the Queen's heavy feelings. After testing, this should be the place with the highest concentration of elements nearby. In Les Dun Manor, Yin Lai looked at the large manor in front of him and smiled. Because this time, he may not only need to cultivate plants and some magical beasts, but also conduct blood experiments, so the original house can be abandoned naturally, and the valley is a bit far away, so just gather it together. After observation, it should be the place with the highest concentration of elements, so he ordered the manor from Anna. In the first half, he is going to raise some magical beasts to facilitate blood experiments, and the second half is to plant magic plants and build a laboratory of his own, where he will complete his plan. As for the staff here, apart from more than half of the indifferent work, he is going to use slaves who have planted a soul imprint in the truly extraordinary experiments, so as to ensure that his affairs will not be leaked. In fact, returning to King's Landing this time was a direct change for Yin Lai. The increase in strength made him fearless, and he also controlled the Queen of the Burn Empire. If he was still living the life of the past, it would be funny. His development was already good, then naturally it was time to reap the fruits. As for the ruins, Anna also arranged for a lot of people to find them. As for when they will be found, that is another matter. After traveling for 12 years, it's time to settle down again. Yin Lai pursed his lips and returned to the house. A month later. Behind the manor. A gust of breeze blew, and Yin Lai came out from behind the trees, looking at the potion field in front of him. In the area of 5 or 6 acres in front of him, Yin Lai had already planted all kinds of magic plants, some of which could be found in the kingdom, and some that were collected during the journey. These are all convenient for Yin Lai to study and plant, and the most important of these is a small area in the southernmost part of Mishishan, where there are blood bamboo flowers, which are precious plants that Yin Lai found outside. It's really a strange plant. Yin Lai walked to this area. On an area of about a few square meters, there are 3 strange plants. They are composed of bamboos, but they are much smaller than bamboos. A white flower grows, with 7 or 8 translucent tentacles swaying at the core. This is the blood bamboo flower, Yin Lai's biggest gain in his journey. But don't underestimate this plant. Yin Lai saw that in just a few seconds, it had drained all the blood, or vitality, of a bison. It was simply a blood-sucking demon. What's more interesting is that after absorbing the blood, their energy level will also be slightly increased, and there are faint fluctuations in mental power. Yin sees its potential. At this time, it seemed that the three plants were hungry, the tentacles were swaying, and the flower body also exuded a seductive smell, attracting nearby creatures. Yin Lai ignored it and watched the fragrance spread. Soon, a mouse ran out of the woods in the distance and came to the vicinity of the blood bamboo flower. In an instant, a few tentacles popped out and penetrated the mouse directly. The mouse did not even have time to respond and was already dead. The tentacles that entered the corpse were not idle, and the tentacles instantly turned red. The bright red blood flowed along the tentacles to the petals, and the petals also showed a red color. It's almost there. Yin took a look and collected the flowers directly. At this time, the spiritual power concentrated in the petals is in it, which is exactly what Yin Lai needs. Holding the flowers, Yin Lai quickly returned to the laboratory and started a new round of experiments. In experiments, time always flies by. 3 years later. In the laboratory, Yin Lai carefully dropped a little blood-red medicine on a piece of cultured human tissue cells. Just for a moment, human cells and tissues begin to atrophy, a large amount of vitality is lost, and at the same time, it begins to rupture, but with the rupture of cells, a trace of spiritual power also appears. Failed. Yin Lai frowned. He had forgotten how many times the experiment failed, but this time it was very close to success. After all, it is only a small problem of cell rupture. I believe that as long as this is solved, the new potion should not be a problem, and Yin Lai is very curious about the principle of that kind of plant. This is also the object of his research, but just now get started. Well, it's almost a success, but this plant is really worth digging into, and there is the bloodline of the beast. Maybe I should try a new stage. Putting down the potion, Yin Lai stretched his body. Potions are just one of his many experiments, others are progressing. Take your time. After stretching his body, Yin Lai continued the experiment. The few years left by Saran Meditlan are destined to be a time for his knowledge and skills to improve rapidly. He couldn't bear to waste a second, and he didn't have the heart to care about other things. Despite the ups and downs of the outside world, he just nestled in his laboratory. The wind and rain outside, let Anna help him resist first. Chapter 103. The research on blood bamboo flowers is relatively harmonious, because the main body is from the flowers and parts of the blood bamboo flowers, but the blood experiments are different. Although there are also animal experiments, with Anna becoming the queen, the living human body is not a big problem for Yin Lai. As a huge empire, there are all kinds of people who must die every day, and Yin Lai, it is to accept these people kindly and let them exert their residual heat. Organ transplantation, blood vessel transplantation, human tissue observation, organ demonization, flesh and blood transformation. The bloodline is also a path that contains a lot of knowledge. For Yin Lai, the same is very attractive to him. And because of the doubts about the bloodline warlock in his heart, Yin Lai also devoted part of his energy to researching the bloodline and transplanting the bloodline, and ran wildly on this road. Are you ready? In the laboratory, Yin Lai looked at the man bound on the cross in front of him. It is said that this is a criminal who killed more than a dozen people, and was caught after hiding for 5 months. It was really outrageous that he was arrested because he couldn't help but go to Luying Lane. But at this time, the evil criminal looked at Yin Lai approaching with horror, as if he had seen a demon. OMG! Half an hour ago, there was also a person next to him, but the man in front of him injected a tube of mysterious blood, and then the witch formation on the bottom of his feet flickered, and the man exploded directly. That's right, even with the physical explosion, the man was directly frightened. Where was he sent to? He would rather die right now than accept this kind of psychological torture here. Relax. Yin Lai approached slowly, smiling. Men are getting more and more frightened. What? The next second, a terrifying sound came from the laboratory. Yin Lai frowned and watched helplessly as the people in front of him merged with the blood, and the body tissue began to dissolve little by little. Even the witch formation on the ground couldn't stop it. No. Yin Lai frowned. This time, the young man in front of him was infused with the bloodline of a dark night grey wolf. It seemed that even this level of bloodline was not something he could bear. It's really a pity. Fail again. After half an hour, looking at the man who had collapsed, Yin Lai cleaned it up and started a new experiment. Spring and winter come. When you are extremely focused, you will enter a magical state in which your learning and memory will increase greatly, and you will not notice the passage of time. Yin Lai has been in this state for a long time. He even lived directly in the laboratory and set up a bed for himself next door. When Yin Lai exited from this state, he still heard bad news. Marquis Alex, dead. When Yin Lai was standing at Alex's funeral, he had just finished an experiment and had just made a breakthrough when he was suddenly notified and was caught off guard. Alex should be barely the same age as Yin Lai, and this is also the first person in the same period when Yin Lai died, which made him a little emotional. After attending the funeral, Yin Lai met his son and left. Now he is much stronger than before. Another year. The blood test made little progress. Yin Lai's research on the blood bamboo flower has reached a new stage. He deeply dissected the petals of the blood bamboo flower, and found that only a step at the end of the petals worked, where there was a strange tissue that could transform the absorbed vitality into other forces. The blood bamboo flower experiment has entered the second stage. The medicine at this time will only destroy about half of the cells and tissues, and it can also improve the spiritual power. This is a huge improvement. But Yin Lai didn't know what was going on. It seemed that every time there was progress, something else would happen. This time, it was Herman who had to die. When in the ward, Herman took Yin Lai's hand and said tremblingly, "Sister, this time I have to go one step ahead." After saying this, he fell on the bed. Yin Lai closed his eyes, was silent for a long time, and left the ward. Herman is really one of his closest friends. Although he is his senior brother, the two have worked in a harmonious environment for nearly 30 years, and the relationship is much stronger than Alex. And Herman's sons and daughters are also married, so they don't need to rely on how to help. At the door, Yin Lai met his family. "Grandpa Yin Lai, this is what my father told me to give it to you." His daughter handed over something, and Yin Lai saw it. It was actually a pen, which seemed to have been given to him by the teacher. Yet, Yin Lai was stunned for a few seconds before taking the pen. "If you need any help, you can come to me," Yin Lai said to He-man's son, and then left. It's the past year again. This year, Yin Lai's experiment didn't make much progress, but the bad news doesn't care about it, they are always rude and cruel. In the ward, Yin Lai sat beside the bed and looked at Hella, who was haggard on the bed. Because of the potion, she was still as beautiful as she used to be, but at this time she was a little haggard, with a light shadow on the corners of her eyes, giving her a beautiful sense of brokenness. "Yin Lai, do you know what I regret the most in my life?" Hella asked weakly. She was not married and had no children. Before she died, only Yin came to see him. Yin Lai didn't answer, just kept silent. "My biggest regret in my life is that I attended the party where the bachelor came to Mongolia to take over the library decades ago. If not for that, maybe this misunderstanding will continue forever, and we will get to know each other." Seeing Yin Lai without speaking, Hella smiled. "You are a person who is far superior to ordinary people in all aspects. Knowing you is too cruel to ordinary people," Hella still said to herself. "Can you give me a hug?" After her speaking, Hella asked. Yet. This time Yin Lai nodded and gave Hella a hug. When the hug was over, I realized that Hella, who was still talking just now, had closed her eyes. This time, Yin Lai sighed again. "Really? Why does he have to know so many people?" In fact, Hella has a very complicated relationship with him. It can be said that he is a confidant, but he is more admired. Hella's funeral was arranged by Yin Lai himself and waited until everything was over. Yin Lai returned to the laboratory and plunged into the laboratory again. 1 year later, Yin Lai gave the new criminal in front of him, and Yin Lai poured a bottle of potion directly into him. Soon, the man changed, the muscle tissue shrank rapidly, and the black hair quickly turned into black hair, but the eyes became brighter and brighter, and Yin Lai also let out a long sigh of relief. Some men's cells were collected, and it was observed that all cells were intact, but they were completely drained of their vitality. Finally successful, Krypton Fate No 2. Seeing such a result, Yin Lai smiled. 9 years. It finally worked. But looking at the successful potion, Yin Lai felt a bad premonition. Chapter 104. But this time nothing seemed to happen. After Yin Lai conducted several human experiments to confirm that the medicine was effective. The next day, in the laboratory, Yin Lai first recorded his own mental power of 23.0, which was an increase of 1.0 compared to returning to the Emperor. The increase was not large, mainly because Yin Lai also felt more and more about his aptitude. Generally. Of course, this may have something to do with Yin Lai not spending all his time on meditation. After all, no apprentice will spend most of his time on experiments and studies. Most of them only dare to conduct a small amount of experiments and focus on meditation. Yin Lai is the exact opposite, and can only be said to be a freak among wizards. But it's okay, mainly because he has a lot of time, so he is not in a hurry. After a brief preparation, Yin Lai took out the configured Krypton Life number 2, which can also be called Blood Bamboo Flower Potion. Watching the bright red potion vibrate in the potion bottle, the blood-colored blood turned into tentacles, swaying recklessly, as if trying to grab something. Yin Lai opened the potion and took this strange potion directly. Yin Lai trembled as the medicine entered his body. The blood-colored potion was like tentacles, leaning against Yin Lai's cells. Yin Lai could feel his life force flowing directly. Yin Lai could feel that his spiritual power was indeed improving. Although this potion is indeed possible, slightly, a little weird, but the effect is still good. But this is what he can use. If others use it, I am afraid that the spiritual power will not improve, and the vitality will be lost. It is completely worth the loss, especially in this world that may not have enough vitality. In the end, the blood-colored tentacles slowly disappeared, and this time the potion was finished. After the end, Yin Lai's mental strength was 23.5. It has been increased by 0.5 at a time, and it seems that this potion is really powerful. Of course, this is at the cost of 20 years of lifespan for normal wizards, regardless of the rough estimate. The price and the gain are completely incompatible, but fortunately Yin Lai is doing a business without capital. It's really evil. Even at this moment, Yin Lai still felt weird about the blood bamboo flower. This kind of plant is so outrageous. Shaking his head, Yin Lai digested the newly increased spiritual power and felt a little happy. It seems that this time, nothing bad happened. But when you don't want something to happen, maybe something tends to happen. Half a month later, just when Yin Lai had just digested the effects of this bottle of medicine and was about to prepare the next bottle, a servant arrived, bringing bad news to Yin Lai. Lord Count Gremory has suddenly been in bad condition recently, and he is about to die. Card. The reagent bottle in his hand fell. Yin Lai closed his eyes, was silent for a long time, and said, "Take me to see her." What's more, it's the same as what he predicted back then. In a period of time, he may encounter a large number of deaths, as if the time is almost the same period of time. At this time, Yin Lai was also 75 years old, and his friend had reached the time of death. Sitting on the carriage heading to the Gremory family's territory, Yin Lai closed his eyes and sighed long, feeling both complicated and melancholy. Unlike the friendship with Alex, the brotherhood with Herman, and the mutual appreciation with Hela, Rias is undoubtedly very special. Although the two were once alone under the moon, they were not together. But even Yin Lai had to admit that Rias had feelings for her. Forget it. With a sigh, Yin Lai decided not to think about it, and was ready to meet again. The carriage quickly took him to his destination. Yin Lai walked in quickly, and the guards at the door did not stop him. All the guards knew that Yin Lai was the only outsider allowed by the Earl to enter and leave all parts of the family at will. In a room, Yin Lai met Rias Gremory, but it seemed different from what the servant said. Yin Lai looked at Rias, who was looking at him with a smile. After a brief check, he found that it seemed to be correct. At this time, Rias's vitality was running out. There's still a big difference. Are you sick? Yin Lai asked. Of course not, otherwise how would I pull you out of the lab, but I'm really sick, so I want to meet you. Rias is only a few years younger than Yin Lai, but because of the potion, her appearance has not changed much. Looks like he's in his 20s and 30s. My life is running out, can you stay with me for the next time? Rias asked Yin Lai, looking at him. Okay. This time, Yin Lai didn't refuse. The next 3 months were a wonderful 3 months for Yin Lai. He has never rested for such a long time. He has no experiments every day, and no blood cultivation. He just reads witchcraft books every day, and then accompanies Rias. Getting along is also very common, nothing more than those things, talking about past memories, and happy things. Whenever this happens, Rias always laughs. The two visited many places in King's Landing together, and also went to other places. Rias was as happy as a girl. Yin Lai watched from the side. Very ordinary happiness, Rias is very satisfied. Yin Lai also has new insights in this environment, not knowledge, but other aspects. Therefore, Yin Lai was relatively calm until he watched Rias close her eyes on the bed. It's over. Yin Lai looked at Rias, whose vitality had also disappeared, and turned to leave. Unlike the teacher's death, this time, the successive deaths made his mentality change even more violently. If he used to have more fantasies about worldly things, but now, Yin Lai decided to devote more energy to the pursuit of truth. The life of ordinary people is limited, and even high-level creatures definitely have their own limits, but truth and knowledge are infinite. From today onwards, he will be the seeker of truth, and even the master of it. Of course, this doesn't mean that he doesn't have emotions, that's impossible, it's just a change of attitude. That's all. The death of Rias has triggered a new round of title competition, because Rias has no descendants, only his brother left 2 descendants, but many collateral lineages also want to inherit the title of nobles, their rights are equal. The competition lasted for a long time. However, just when a sideline was happily preparing to inherit the title, the queen suddenly ordered that the son of brother Rias became the new earl. Everyone was astonished. And Yin Lai, who received the news, just smiled. This is what Rias talked to him within 3 months. At that time, he just mentioned it casually, saying that he felt guilty about his brother, but his brother's son seemed to be unable to inherit the title for some reason. Yin Lai still remembered it, so he did it. It's that simple. Chapter 105. Krypton Life 2 is revolutionary for Yin Lai. Because this medicine, to a certain extent, is completely different from normal medicines. For example, Krypton Life number 1 uses the stimulation of cell regeneration to squeeze spiritual power, while Krypton Life number 2 converts life force into spiritual power. So this kind of potion has no resistance to a certain extent, it is just the limit of the potion, or whether the extraordinary power is enough to convert Yin Lai's vitality into spiritual power. For Yin Lai, this potion was enough for Yin Lai to use before at least 1 ring. So, in the next days, Yin Lai was taking a bottle of magic potion every once in a while. But the research on blood vessels and blood bamboo flowers has not fallen behind. Another 3 months. This time, it was also Yin Lai's last friend in the empire, and Roland also left. Yin Lai also attended the funeral, but this time he was much calmer than before. He just told Yin Lai and his descendants could come to him if they needed help. Yin Lai is also considering whether to change his identity to continue his life, but after thinking about it, he still gives up, mainly because it is really unnecessary at present. Anyway, there are some people in the 80s and 90s in this world, but there may not be that many, and changing identities is cumbersome and meaningless. After all, everyone who knew Yin Lai has basically died. There is no one friend I met in my youth. Yin Lai was suddenly a little fortunate that he hadn't met new people since he was a boy, otherwise watching the death wave after wave would make him somewhat uncomfortable. So, sometimes a little less communication is not necessarily a bad thing. Yin Lai ignored the outside world. In the year 361 of the Burn calendar, which is the year after he made Krypton Life 2, another major event happened. Queen Cynthia, Queen of King Lorraine, has died at the age of 90. The kingdom of Lorraine is in turmoil, and the surrounding countries are also ready to move. Queen Cynthia's life was glorious, and she led Lorraine, a backward country, to continuously develop business and military. In the end, even Bern had to admit that this was a country about the same size as the empire. Yin Lai was also impressed by that queen. Whether it is his unique habit of liking perfume, or the people's fanatical belief in it, it is something that Yin Lai has never seen in Bern. That kind of belief can only be possessed by the queen who has led the country's development all the way. At least Bern the 6th and 7th generations are not such heroes. But the impact of the queen's death on Lorraine is of course needless to say, and the impact on Bern is even more terrifying. Since the establishment of diplomatic relations 30 or 40 years ago, the two countries have always been on the same front. It is precisely because of the existence of the Lorraine kingdom that although the Bern Empire has always weakened, there has been no war. But with the new king of Lorraine taking office, no one knows what will happen. If something goes wrong, it's quite difficult for Bern. Because although Anna's ability is not weak and she can manage the country well in a short period of time, it will take time. It has only been a few years, how can it be possible to restore the weakness caused by Baron 7, that is impossible. As for Baron 7 at this time, he has been living in a manner, maybe he also realized how bad a king he is. Everyone is waiting for news. Yin Lai heard about this, then thought about it, and then continued the experiment. If something really happened, Anna would naturally tell him that there was no need to worry. 3 months later, Yin Lai's blood experiment has made new progress. In the laboratory, Yin Lai looked at the man in front of him. He was still human in appearance, but his nails were sharp bone claws, and his eyes seemed to be a little red, and his body size had increased by 1/3. At this time, the man who had integrated into the blood of the windwolf was tied to the bracket and swayed wildly, as if he wanted to see if he could break free from the shackles of the rope. Yin Lai didn't stop him, just watched calmly. Such a violent experiment may allow him to observe the current real state of this human being. He was holding notes in one hand and jotting down something from time to time in the other. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of the rope breaking sounded, the man's eyes became more scarlet, and Peng fell from the cross to the ground. The man was also surprised by the sudden break free. He glanced at the sharp claws on his hands, and the dwarf like Yin Lai opposite him, grinning and saliva flowing from his mouth. Go to hell! The man ran towards Yin Lai. He wanted to kill this man and transformed him into such an inhuman appearance. Yes, it's just a template for ordinary people. After integrating into the bloodline, the strength can reach the level of an intermediate knight, and the speed is almost the same as that of an advanced knight. What the man did not expect was that Yin Lai was still calm and calmly recorded the data. The man was even more furious. Go to hell! A wall of wind suddenly appeared. The sharp claws hit the wind wall, and the man saw that his sharp claws were torn apart instantly. He let out a howl in pain, and he looked at Yin Lai with a look of fear. Let me see your limit. Yin Lai looked at the man with a kind smile. Ah! The sound of fear echoed in the laboratory. After half an hour, the door opened. Yin Lai cleaned out the flesh and blood residue in the laboratory and returned. Even if it is an ordinary person's bloodline, it is indeed stronger, but it seems that there are still many shortcomings. I need more experimental subjects and real tests. Yin Lai slowly wrote in his notes. As his research on the bloodline became more and more in-depth, and he understood that this was a good path, Yin Lai felt that he should also integrate into a bloodline in the future to enhance his strength. There are still experimental subjects, but where should they be thrown for experiments? Yin Lai frowned. Suddenly, dong dong dong. The bell rang 3 times in a row, and Yin Lai raised his head. If he remembered correctly, 3 beeps should be the sign of the beginning of the war. War? Yin Lai's eyes lit up. Is there a more suitable place for testing than the battlefield? 361 years of the Bern calendar. The new king of Lorraine announced to cut off contact with Bern. The restored Bern kingdom was instantly exposed to many countries like hungry wolves, and for huge benefits, the war began. This time, it was different from the last time in Yin Lai's impression. At that time, the country was still under the leadership of Bern 6, the country was strong and the military was strong, but now, after the ho-ho of Bern 7, it is rude to say that Bern at this time is the weakest period in history. And this time, the first to start the war was the neighboring kingdom of Weiss. The war started suddenly and ended quickly. When King's Landing got the news, it was Bern who was defeated, and the nobles who participated in the war were directly captured. The first war after Queen Anna came to power ended in such a hasty and difficult manner, but everyone knew that there would only be more intense wars to come. In this regard, no one dares to say that they are confident, even Queen Anna. At this time, Yin Lai also chose to do something. Whether it was for the purpose of finding the ruins or the purpose of experimenting with blood, he should do something. Bern. It is now his personal property. Chapter 106. Anna, how is the current situation? In one room, Yin Lai was sitting in the main seat, while Anna was sitting dignifiedly opposite, with her legs crossed, listening carefully to Yin Lai's words. Teacher, the situation is not very good recently. The kingdom of Wes is much stronger than we thought. Bern has been weakened for too long. Our knight strength is not as good as them, and their number of great knights is a little more than ours. Anna said bitterly. A little unwilling. The empire wouldn't be so weak if it weren't for his stupid father. It can only be said that Grandpa's vision for selecting people is really bad. Teacher, is there any way for you to ask this time? Anna asked expectantly. To be honest, she always felt that Yin Lai was omnipotent. Of course, I'm here to help you this time. Yin Lai said with a smile. Experiments aside, his upcoming actions are indeed helping Bern. I have an experiment here, which may help you, but you need your cooperation. Yin said. Tell me, teacher, anything will do. Anna is also under a lot of pressure these days, and desperately hopes to get help. Okay, I need some knights, even big knights. Yin Lai said unceremoniously. Yes. Without hesitation, Anna said directly. Then Yin Lai briefly mentioned it, and Anna nodded and started calling. Soon, a knight was called. Andre, you are a senior knight and one of the people I trust the most. I have an experiment here, which may help the Empire. Would you like to participate? At this time, Anna was already sitting on the main seat, and Yin Lai was standing. Come on, after all, the Merlin family is the master of the Empire. Everything is for the Queen, everything is for the Empire. The knight knelt directly on one knee and offered his loyalty. Then please, teacher. Anna turned to Yin Lai. Yin Lai smiled. Leave it to me next. December 361 of the Bern calendar. With the defeat of Bern, the Kingdom of Weiss made another move. Soon a large number of troops were sent, leading a large number of knights, towards the Bern Empire, with obvious intentions. They wanted to tear a piece of meat from Bern's body. The battle is imminent. When the news reached King's Landing, the nobles were also terrified. Everyone was full of unease. At the same time, in a martial arts arena in the palace, Andre was panting heavily and looked down at his body. The height of the once 1.9 meter high is now 2 meters, his eyes have turned into a bizarre vertical boy, and the muscles of his whole body are bulging high, and he can feel that his perception and strength are far greater than before. His Royal Highness. He took a deep breath and looked at Her Royal Highness not far away, but when he looked at Yin Lai next to him, a look of fear appeared on his face. He didn't know what happened to his body, how it became like this. He was drugged by Yin Lai, and it was like this when he woke up. He was frightened at first, but after thinking that it was Her Majesty's order, he gradually regained his calm. Teacher, is this your experiment? Anna asked with a slight movement of her throat. That's right, I've been researching the bloodline recently. I integrated the bloodline of the burst lion into his body. It seems to work well, but there are some flaws that I may need to make up for later. Yin Lai pursed his lips and said. Using war to detect is a good way. This is why Yin Lai can only think so now. He has completely regarded Bern as his testing ground, and used the resources of a knightly nation to support his growth. Test your strength. Yin Lai said directly. Okay. Anna nodded and waved, and a man appeared on the other side of the Yanwu platform. Grayson, the Great Knight, is my bodyguard. Anna introduced. At this time, on the martial arts stage, Grayson also looked at the man opposite him in shock. You are Andre. Grayson knew Andre, and he was shocked at this time. What happened? How did Andre become like this? Is this the power of the devil? Grayson, test Andre's strength. Anna shouted not far away. Hearing the Queen's order, Grayson nodded and became serious. The power of chi and blood in his body oscillated, and a steady stream of power emerged in his body. Moment. He's out. The right leg stepped back half a step, slightly bent, and then stepped on the ground. A small pit appeared on the ground in an instant, and his body was quickly approaching Andre. When Andre saw Grayson's shot, he also let out a roar, and actually rushed towards Grayson. Pang! Like two cannonballs colliding, the two collided instantly. Hum! The sound of bones rubbing sounded, the smoke dissipated, and the two figures faced each other, and depending on the situation, it seemed that they were evenly matched. Anna was shocked. You must know that Andre is only a high-level knight, which is 108,000 miles worse than that of the big knight, but at this time, he can actually compete with Grayson head-on, which is a hell. Grayson's eyes widened at this time. Feeling the power coming from Andre's hand, he is not weaker than him, how is this possible? As far as his collision was concerned, it turned out that the 5 Andreas might not be able to resist, but at this time they actually blocked it, which was incredible. Immediately, he also realized that he had to put Andre in the same position as him. He pulled away instantly, then changed direction and attacked on the other side, and Andre didn't give in at all. In this way, the two started to attack each other motivated. The battle is evenly matched. Grayson also fought seriously, but he suddenly found that as the battle began, Grayson's eyes seemed to be getting redder and stronger, and his strength seemed to be stronger. Roar! A sound like a roar sounded, and Andre attacked Grayson like a primitive beast. In that way, it was as if he had completely lost his mind. Several holes appeared in Grayson's body in an instant, and blood flowed out. Perceiving the smell of blood, Andrei seemed even more mad, and launched a desperate attack, which Grayson madly resisted, but such a desperate attack, read www.uuganshu.com. Even him, it is difficult to stop. Anna was shocked when she saw this. Immediately waved, a few more great knights rushed in, and they were also very surprised to see Andrei going mad. Control him, Anna ordered. Several big knights shot at the same time, but facing the crazy Andrei, it took 5 minutes to control it and tie him firmly to the ground. Andrei, who was under control, slowly regained his calm and passed out. Teacher, this is... Anna turned her head and asked. The reason it's called an experiment is because it's not perfect. Yin Lai replied calmly. At this time, Grayson also came over and knelt down on one knee in front of Anna. Grayson, what do you think of your current strength? Anna didn't ask Yin Lai again, but asked Grayson. Your Majesty, Andrei's combat power at this time is already comparable to the degree to which a newly promoted Grand Knight doesn't use elements. If he falls into the frenzied state just now, even a Grand Knight who has been promoted for a few years will have to avoid the edge for a while. Grayson answered with Yuji's heart. Yet. Anna nodded, but she was extremely hesitant. A few days ago, the teacher suddenly arrived and said she wanted to help. Today is an experiment. It is really strong, but it has other flaws, which makes her a little uncertain. However, she only hesitated for a while, then turned her head to Yin Lai at random and said. Teacher, I will give you more knights, even great knights. Yin Lai nodded and smiled. Burn is so weak now, as long as Anna doesn't want to lose, she will definitely agree. Although she can be forced to agree, Yin Lai prefers to convince people with reason. Well, thank you teacher for your help. Anna nodded. It was Yin Lai who wanted to experiment with blood, but Anna had to respectfully thank him. Chapter 107. Within the next half-month, more knights were sent to Yin Lai's laboratory. Yin Lai was also very happy to see a batch of higher quality experimental subjects, constantly experimenting with his various ideas, looking forward to testing some ideas in the war. And after these knights accepted the bloodline, their battles increased one by one, even ordinary low-level knights, their combat power was comparable to that of high-level knights, and high-level knights could even compete with big knights. The only regret is that there is no big knight to participate, mainly because Yin Lai considers his technique is too rough, wait for a period of time to become proficient, and then integrate. And these knights who fused blood were also sent to the front line for the first battle. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Department of Rice Plains. This is the border between the Bane Empire and the West Empire. At this time, large dark clouds piled up on the sky, and the grey sky brought a lot of oppression. I don't know how many birds were flying in the sky, looking at the humans below curiously. At this time, a large number of troops have been assembled on both sides of the plain. To the west is the army of the Kingdom of Weiss. Most of them are wearing blue-black armor, and the weapons in their hands are also carefully crafted, shining with cold light, and the eyes under the helmets are also flashing with a strong fighting intent. They formed a specific formation, like hungry wolves with open fangs, preparing to brutally divide the enemy. This is the Kingdom of Weiss, a country that has developed very well in recent years, and the large amount of iron ore in the country also provides them with excellent weapons, and their desires have gradually expanded over the years. This time, they reached out to the neighboring country of Bern, a once mighty country. On the other side, Bern's army is also ready. But the difference can be clearly seen. Although the number of people on both sides is similar, if you only look at the weapons on the opposite side are as if they have just been maintained. The weapons on this side are the same as 7 or 8 years ago, and some shields are even dissatisfied. Stab wound. And fighting power. Bern's degeneration over the years has further deteriorated the domestic economy, which has led to insufficient funds for the army these years, and the number of knights in the army is far less than the number of knights on the opposite side. Maybe only 70% to 80% of the high-level knights are on the opposite side, which is not good news. That's it. At this time, in a tall chariot in the West Empire Legion, a large knight stood upright, looking at the Bern army opposite, and smiled. Roughly estimated, the number of knights is much less than them, and there is a big gap with them. The only thing that is a little strange is that the group of knights in the southeast seems to be a bit tall, but they are only knights, so it has no effect. Lord General, it seems that Bern is indeed far worse than it used to be. Beside the knight, a rough man said loudly. That's right, I've already thought about rushing into the city behind them for a while. Where should I go to search for women and money? Ha 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 ha. The knight smiled recklessly, showing a relaxed expression. Looking at this scene, the general not only did not teach them a lesson, but also laughed. Think about when he was young, when Bern was much stronger than Weiss, but now, times have changed, and weak countries are not worthy of possessing so many resources. It's time to let Bern know how good we are, Jean. The general drew his long sword and shouted loudly. War! Battle! The army shouted the same, slowly approaching the other side. Damn, how can the gap be so big? On Bern's side, a fat man wiped the sweat from his head, and his swollen belly showed his combat effectiveness. He was the nobleman who commanded the army this time, Count Simon. Lord Count, what should I do, or let's run away, this can't be beat. A man looked worried. Fart, run, where are you running? The fat man slapped the man fiercely. Although he was scared, he didn't even think about running. Don't worry, didn't Her Majesty still send someone here? Fatty seemed to remember something and looked at a corner not far away. On that side, there was an army of about 30 people, basically all high-level knights, wearing special tall armor, and a white helmet that covered their faces. They could hardly be seen, a very strange army. Forget it, don't care, let's fight. At this time, on the other side, the West Empire was slowly approaching, and he knew that he could not delay. Immediately began to command, the black dragon flag not far away began to wave, and the army also set off towards the opposite side. War! The battle is imminent. Just a few hundred meters away, the cavalry collided first. Like two iron currents turbulent, suddenly, the sound of metal collision, the sound of momming, and the screams of pain mixed together, and I don't know how many people died directly in this round of collision. The cavalry did not stop after the collision, but plunged straight into the officers on the opposite side, and the battle officially began. One place. A Weiss knight held a heavy sword and smashed a warrior's shield directly. The opponent was staggered by the sudden force, and the shield also fell to the ground. Then the knight made another crisp sword. The man was killed directly, but the knight didn't even look at him. Not far away, a chariot of Bern also passed directly, with spears extending from both sides, constantly harvesting the lives on both sides. Life is constantly passing, even a knight can't guarantee that he can survive in this environment. Damn, Lord Earl, the situation is not very good. On Bern's side, the Earl's guard looked at the situation in front of him and said anxiously. Nothing could be seen on the battlefield, but they stood at a higher place and could see more clearly. At this time, Bern, although not one-sided, was almost overwhelmed and beaten. If there is no power to break the game, then it is completely lost. My lord, that group has not done anything. What made the attendants anxious was that the knights sent by Her Majesty the Queen on the other side seemed to be unresponsive. If we knew that they couldn't be trusted, let's leave first. The noble also scolded, looking at the worsening environment in front of him, and preparing to leave first. If you lose the war, you lose, and he can't die. Your Excellency General, Bern is really not our opponent at all. Next to the general, the knight smiled even more brilliantly. Before the battle, they were still a little nervous, but now, they just want to laugh. Bern, it's really not the Bern it used to be. Hey, Your Excellency General, there is a sudden movement of the knights over there. Suddenly, someone shouted. It turned out that the knights were very good and big knights moved. Just struggling to the death, said the general disdainfully. What can a mere 30 knights do? Unless they can kill him all the way and kill him directly. But isn't that bullshit? The battle is almost over. Ignoring the knights, a confident smile appeared on the general's face. They have already won this battle. Chapter 108. Kill. The knights suddenly moved, and the horses with slight monster bloodline at their feet exhaled a heavy column of air, and the armor they wore made them look a little terrifying. 30 high-level knights integrated into the bloodline holding weapons, like a small black spot, integrated into the battlefield, so inconspicuous and so insignificant. But to everyone's astonishment, the enemy seemed to die in an instant in front of them. Obviously, each of them was only a high-level knight, but the power of the explosion was simply no knight can resist. Several senior knights on the side of Weiss saw this scene and immediately came to support. Bern's trash, go to hell. A knight took a sharp sword and slashed directly at a person. Pang! The sound of sharp swords slamming sounded. Card. In the man's unbelievable expression, he was blown away from the horse by the same high-level knight on the opposite side, and the huge force directly made him free from the horse. How is that possible? The man couldn't believe it, but the opponent would not give him a chance, and it was another sword. In the air, he couldn't stop it at all, he could only watch the sharp blade slashed at his neck, and the blood slashed in an arc. And after the knight killed him, without even looking at him, a group of knights continued to charge forward. The target was the chariot where the general of the Kingdom of West was. And the other side. The general also saw this scene, and his eyes narrowed. Who can tell me what that knight order is? The general opened his mouth wide and was stunned. So that's a high-level knight? Whose senior knight can suppress the same senior knight so easily? Is this the great knight? The general suddenly wanted to withdraw from what he said just now. Each of the 30 people in front of him seemed to be like a great knight. How could anyone stop this? 30 great knights. Stop making trouble, there are only so many great knights in an empire, this is totally unreasonable. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, he admitted that he panicked when he saw this group of knights all the way in a no-man's land, killing him. Kill them for me, and the great knights. He shouted. As for the 5 great knights on the wise side, 2 great knights were unable to make a move at this time. Only 3 great knights made their move. Just kidding, 4 great knights, a group of senior knights, can't kill you. But after half an hour, the general looked at the 3 great knights who fell not far away, touched the blood on their heads, and suddenly felt that he must have seen a ghost. Looking up, there are 10 knights on the opposite side, and around them, there are dozens of low-level, intermediate level, including high-level knights lying around. The remaining 10 knights were also covered in blood, and the black armor had already been dyed red with blood, and they seemed to lose their minds and rushed towards him. His throat moved slightly, unable to believe what the heck had happened to him just now. Almost every one of these people is comparable to a great knight. What is even more terrifying is that as the battle progresses, these people seem to have taken medicine, almost swapping wounds for wounds, and are not afraid of death at all. How to say, like a beast. And he looked at the corpse of a knight not far away. If he read it right, was that knight with long horns? The general felt that he must have not woken up today, how could he have encountered such an outrageous thing? But when he looked at the 10 red-eyed, bleeding, and even rushing towards him knights not far away, everything seemed to be real again. Consider your own situation. The general took a deep breath and closed his eyes silently. Mother, bless me. Opening his eyes again, he raised his long sword again, and rushed over. 10 minutes later, the general looked at the 5 swords on his chest and a knight near Chi. At this time, his helmet had been knocked off, and there were actually 2 grey-white horns on his head. It really has horns. The general made a sound like a sudden realization, and the next second, he lost his life fluctuation. At the same time, all the soldiers were already far away, staring at this knight group for a long time. Seeing that they killed the general, the wise side immediately lost all momentum, while the side of Byrne rose in momentum and cheered. The counterattack begins. At the same time, miles away, the nobleman was riding a horse, and when he heard the voice behind him, he was puzzled for a moment, and the next second he ran faster. When the battle is lost, he has to run quickly so he doesn't get caught. The next day, the news of Weiss' defeat was instantly transmitted back to King's Landing, and all the nobles looked in disbelief, because only they knew what their army looked like. The richer they are, the weaker the army is. In this way, it is too outrageous to be able to defeat the strong West Kingdom. Soon after, the news of Byrne's victory came back. It was actually a secret order of knights sent by Her Majesty the Queen to kill the opponent's general with one blow. Everyone was surprised, and immediately became more in awe of the Queen. And everyone also called that terrifying knight order the Demon Knights. As for the aristocrats who escaped, they were directly ordered to be executed. The aftermath of the war spread not only within the empire, but also spread rapidly in several surrounding countries, and other countries also had an inexplicable fear of Byrne. A dead skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Everyone also temporarily stopped some activities on Byrne. Weiss also shrank his strength, not knowing whether he was inquiring about specific news or preparing to send troops again. The outside world Yunlai ignored it. In the laboratory, Yunlai looked at the 4 knights coming back in front of him and tilted his head. Sure enough, his bloodline seems to be a little more integrated, the longhorns are not enough, and from their description, after 5 minutes of fighting, he basically completely lost consciousness, relying on the instinct of beasts to fight. Instinct to kill the strongest knights, which is why the generals were finally targeted by them. If he was weaker, maybe he wouldn't notice them. Small mistakes, in fact, I should have noticed when the horns grew. Yin Lai reflected for a while, and had more in-depth thoughts on the blood integration experiment. Sure enough, experimenting with this kind of violent experiment in the war, the effect is really good. But when Yin Lai heard that the war had actually stopped, his brows twitched. This is not to fight, how is it possible? And Yin Lai felt that with this wave, he planned to take down the surrounding countries. After all, the ruins are in these countries. It is too troublesome and too slow to send people to other countries. Territory. Really, is it going to cause a war accidentally? Yin Lai pursed his lips. Do not. It's all about the truth. And as long as it is unified, there will be no war. I am for their own good. I am really a kind person. Chapter 109. Burn 362 years. The Bane Empire defeated the Weiss Kingdom in the Shimai Plain. After a turn of the tide, the atmosphere of the empire suddenly became a little hot, and Queen Anna was also supported by the people. The arrival of the new queen seems to have really brought new hope to the country. And with the defeat of Weiss, everyone thought that the queen was ready to go dormant. Just 1 month later, Queen Anna actually launched a war on her own initiative. Everyone was amazed, and the surrounding countries were also ready to have fun. After all, although Bern defeated once, it didn't mean he could defeat it again. Relying on the legacy of the past, the basic strength of the Bern Empire is almost similar to that of the Weiss Kingdom, but the high-end combat power has already been left behind by the Weiss Kingdom. But when the war started, the emergence of a knight order completely changed all this. Demon Knights. They are riding war horses with slight demon bloodlines, and they are at least 2 meters tall, and the weapons they carry are big swords that ordinary knights can't hold. And what frightens other countries even more is that they have no fear of death at all. Whenever a war begins, unless you kill them, they will continue to fight, even if they lack arms or legs, as terrible as the devil. They appear on numerous battlefields, and each time they appear, they will bring victory to the empire. Because there is no army that can stop dozens of people, or even hundreds of people, it is comparable to the charge of the great knights. Even the legendary Heavenly Knight is impossible, and the Heavenly Knight is an illusion, and no one has ever achieved it. That's it. The war continued. The kingdom of Vis kept failing and began to pray for peace. But how could the morale of the empire agree? As a result, in 363 years of the Bane calendar, the Weiss Empire was removed, and Bane took away everything from it, including land, population and resources. Queen Anna's name spread all over the countries again. No one dared to provoke the Bane Empire again, and the surrounding countries were also praying not to be noticed. And in this atmosphere, the death of scholar Yin Lai, the owner of Lei Dun Manor, seemed to be a trivial matter, and no one even paid attention. Even the queen did not seem to hold a funeral for him. As for friends, not to mention, one of Yin Lai's friends is dead. And after Yin Lai's death, the manor was also inherited to Yin Lai's distant nephew, Lei Dun, who happened to match the name of the manor, and did not dare to fight the manor, because Queen Anna's prestige was at the highest stage at this time, and no one dared to do so. Come to grief. Like his uncle Yin Lai, Lei Dun is keen on the manor and rarely goes out. People who want to make friends with him can't even find him, and gradually forget him. 5 years later. Mental power reaches 26.6, and sure enough, we have to rely on mental power medicine. In the laboratory, Yin Lai habitually wanted to pull a beard, only to remember that the 22-year-old Lei Dun had no beard at this time, and smiled. Before Yin Lai was 88 years old, it was really not suitable for him to continue living. After all, 88 years old is still normal. If you live to be in your 90s or 100s, it will be a bit too much, so I feel that I have changed my identity. And these years, he has been staying in the manor, learning and researching new things, and improving his spiritual power, which has improved by nearly 3 points compared to 5 years ago. The improvement is huge, but if other wizards know that this is nearly 400 years of life force exchange, it is estimated that they will not have any envious thoughts. On the other hand, after the Empire took over Weiss, it immediately launched a search in Weiss, and no news of the ruins was found. Either it was not found, or it was not there. And Anna's idea is to continue the war and help Yin Lai find it. But Yin Lai asked her to wait 5 years. After all, it takes time to digest resources. It is a bit outrageous to want to annex more than a dozen countries at once. Looking at the time, it should be almost the same. Yin looked at the flower pot with a 1 centimeter bud not far away, and turned his head to look out the window. Winter, winter. 3 huge bells rang, and countless birds were startled. All the people also immediately looked at the palace. Is there going to be another war? Burn 368 years. Because of the conflict between the Bane Empire and the Kris Kingdom on the borderline, Queen Anna brazenly launched an army, and the war between the two countries began again. This time, the war came much faster than everyone imagined. Only half a year. The kingdom of Kris is destroyed. The Burn Empire once again annexed everything in the kingdom of Kris, and Burn became stronger again, and most of the Burns suddenly made several surrounding countries nervous. And Queen Anna personally came forward and took Yin La's method to establish diplomacy with countries far away, and a large-scale war broke out with countries close by. Time passed little by little. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, Yin La's mental power has reached 28.9. At this stage, the improvement of mental power is even slower, even like a turtle. Although there is the existence of Krypton life too, the improvement is also very quick. 30 points is the limit of a normal human being. To reach this point, either you have talent or you have to give something else. What Yin Lai gives is vitality. And accept this. At this time, the Burn Empire has also become a real empire. The area is 5 or 6 times larger than before, and the surrounding countries have also become part of the Burn Empire, providing Yin Lai with various resources. Now Yin Lai, no matter what he needs, he can quickly get it through the channels of the empire. Queen Anna is the queen in name, but Yin Lai is the real master. As for the countries that established diplomatic relations before, when they reacted, they realized that Burn had become such a behemoth, and he could only hope that Burn would not break the contract. But that is impossible. Just as the Burn Empire digested the surrounding resources, the covenant was directly torn up, and the war began again. This time, Anna's opponent was an alliance of 7 or 8 countries. The war lasted 6 years. It has been a promising 6 years for some in the Burn Empire. The empire has finally returned to its former glory, even stronger than it was back then. Because although Saren Meditlan is more powerful, he is a single body after all, and he has never thought about integrating blood into the knight's body, which makes him far slower than Yin Lai. With the suicide of the king of the last country, the Bane Empire finally achieved complete unification of the area that Saren Meditlan suspected, and Yin Lai had no interest in countries farther away, so the war stopped. There is also the kingdom of Lorraine, which had perished 4 or 5 years ago. Same year. Yin Lai's mental strength also reached 29.9, and he was only 1 step away from 30 points. Chapter 110. 29.9. In theory, the highest spiritual power that a wizard apprentice can achieve is also the limit of ordinary humans. If you want to break through to 30, you need some other means. There are 2 methods described in Saren Meditlan's books. The first is the most conventional method, taking the limit-breaking potion, which can assist the wizard to break through the spiritual power. It is relatively dangerous, and it is necessary to grasp the dose. The second is that high-level wizards assist apprentices to break through. This method is relatively safe, but it consumes a lot of wizards, and generally either pays a huge price, or is an immediate family member, otherwise it is rarely encountered. The problem with Yin Lai now is that he can't use either method. The first is the former. Yin Lai has never seen the material of the limit-breaking potion in the Night Kingdom, and the material requirements are also very high and difficult to meet. The latter is even more pointless. Not to mention high-level wizards, even a wizard there are no apprentices. So what should I do? Yin Lai frowned, thinking about this serious question. At this time, he was 102 years old. Even if normal wizards really lived to this age, it would be impossible for them to think about breakthroughs, because the state at this time did not allow them to break through, but Yin Lai was different, mainly because of his body. Very good, the lifespan is also a little longer than that of ordinary wizards. Although it is suspected that the promotion of wizards will consume life force, Yin Lai doesn't care. Anyway, it's just life force that doesn't matter at all, and it's worthless. As for wizards, it seems that they are not popular. The big deal is that they will also integrate into the bloodline and disguise themselves as warlocks. These are all small problems. Since you want to become extraordinary, choose the strongest profession. Wizards, with this potential, warlocks, are really close. As for the potion, I can let the Empire look for materials, but I can't put all my hopes on it. I have to think of other ways. Yin Lai thought and looked at the potion field outside the window. At this time, in the distant farmland, an empty area around it was particularly obvious. In the center, more than a dozen blood bamboo flowers are planted, the largest of which is even 1 meter high, and the aura it exudes is about to approach a ring, which is a huge gap from before. That one was specially cultivated by Yin Lai. Every time Yin Lai failed his experiment, he would pour the discarded blood on it. At first Yin Lai didn't pay attention, but later he discovered by chance that this blood bamboo flower was so strange. The potion made from flowers should also be stronger. Only then did I understand that this plant turned out to be a monster that absorbed a lot of blood and was upgraded. At present, Yin Lai's idea is that if there is no other way, then it will be upgraded to the first stage, and the effect of the potion will be enough to compare with the limit-breaking potion, or even exceed it. Let's prepare with both hands, let the Empire help me find the potion, and let the Empire find the blood of demon beasts to cultivate blood bamboo flowers. Yin Lai thought, after all, he should really consider breaking through at this time. Yin Lai, who has been a wizard apprentice for more than 80 years, has finally reached this stage. He was really just as he thought at the beginning, and he was really grinding it up little by little. Up to now, I have endured until all my friends are dead, and I have survived until the Emperor of Bern has gone on for 2 terms, and I have endured until Bine has gone from normal to weak, and now becomes the strongest country. Everything, happened in these 80 years. Time flies so fast, oh yes, and reminding Anna to look for the ruins. Yin Lai sighed that the time was really fast, and then returned to the laboratory again. The next day, a new division has been formed in the Bern Empire. Department of Relics. Their responsibilities are only 3, one is to find specific supernatural monsters and potions, the other is to hunt monsters and collect blood, and the third is to find strange places in the Empire, or places that may have relics. Once the department was established, it immediately drew top talents from various departments across the country, including scholars, academicians, people who were good at tomb robbers, knights, great knights, and even those who were arrested in the war. If they have these special skills, they can also enter by amnesty. The department was set up in secret, and ordinary people did not know it, but some nobles knew the news and expressed their incomprehension. After all, the Empire has just absorbed so much land, and the first thing it should do is to develop, but Queen Anna actually spent so much money, the energy on this is simply unreasonable. Even the release of some talented prisoners made them feel outrageous. Several nobles expressed their dissatisfaction to Queen Anna, but the next day, when the Empire lost a few marquis earls and a few more earls, viscounts, and barons, no one dared to talk about it. Only then did they understand who was the real master of the Empire. Just the day after Yin Lai ordered Anna to set up a department. Yin Lai also officially started his preparations for a breakthrough in mental power, that is, preparation for a solidified model. In Saren Meditlin's legacy, there are not too many preparations for witchcraft models, but there are 7 or 8 very good witch models, all of which are treasures of Saren Meditlin. Among them are Star Shield, Blood Red Hand, Lunar Traction, Thorns Control, Shadow Corruption, Water Curtain, Earth Barrier, and Mind Shield. Yin Lai needs to choose one, which requires a lot of caution. Solidified model witchcraft is a very special type of witchcraft, mainly special in 2 points. One is that this type of witchcraft is instant, and only requires a small amount of mana consumption, and the other is that if it is solidified, the witchcraft will follow the wizard's strength is increased. For example, when a wizard advances to the 2nd ring, although the original witchcraft model is only 1 ring, it can also burst out the power of the 2nd ring, which is also one of the strengths of the wizard. Therefore, the choice of solidifying witchcraft is a big problem. It must be carefully selected. There is no chance to regret it. This has an important role for wizards. There are a total of 8 one-ring curing witchcraft for Yin Lai to choose from. Among them, Star Shield, Water Curtain, Rock Barrier, and Mind Shield are all defensive witchcraft. The first 3 are defensive against physical and elemental aspects, and the latter is spiritual. The other 4 are attacking sorcery except Bloody Hand and Shadow Corruption, and the other 2 are controlling sorcery. Which one to choose, that's a big question. However, Yin Lai still prefers defensive sorcery. After all, there are too many fighting methods. He will always have various fighting methods in the future, but defense is relatively rare. And he has 1 life, so naturally he has to protect himself. In the end, after a few days of thinking, a decision was made. He ended up choosing Mind Shield. The reason is that this witchcraft just made up for his lack of spiritual defense witchcraft at all, and the interesting thing about this witchcraft is that the consumption is very low, and Yin Lai can maintain it 24 hours a day to protect his spirit. Safe, very functional, and perfect for him. Since the choice is made, then prepare well. Taking out the model record of the Mind Shield, Yin Lai is ready to study it. The breakthrough is getting closer and closer. Chapter 111. Just when Yin came to learn and memorize the model of solidified witchcraft. Within the Burn Empire, I don't know how many people are serving Yin Lai. In a deep mountain, a group of knights are fighting a demon wolf in the early stage of the Zero Ring. The demon wolf is very fast, and every time it dodges, it will launch an attack again. If the knights are not careful, they will be directly knocked down and killed quickly. Damn, I'll block him, you guys look for opportunities. A knight said loudly, and then jumped directly at the demon wolf, trying to restrain the demon wolf. The devil wolf was also shocked, and swayed his body wildly, trying to break through, but seeing that the knight was stubborn and abnormal, unable to break through, the devil wolf directly bit the man's arm. What? The knight screamed in pain, but at the same time, more knights had arrived, directly piercing the demon wolf, and the demon wolf died instantly. The demon wolf died, and the knight finally breathed a sigh of relief. He pushed the demon wolf away. He could clearly feel his arm was broken. Blood. Immediately, a professional staff ran from a distance and began to draw blood from the devil wolf. The knight looked at this scene and sighed. For the blood of this devil wolf, they killed 2 knights. In a lake within an empire. Several small boats gathered in the middle of the lake, each with a knight strapped to it. With the commander's order, several people jumped directly from the boat, Peng's sound disappeared under the water, and then continued to descend, and the rope on the boat continued to extend. 10 minutes later, the knights were pulled up one after another. How did you find the ruins? A man asked. No, this area has been checked all over, there is no trace, and with the other areas we checked a few days ago, there should be none here. The knight who came up replied calmly. Hey! Everyone sighed again. The leader took out a map, and started to check where they were going next. At this time, I don't know how many people searched in the empire like them. What they searched was relatively simple, and in some places, even the great knights dared to enter. Every day is fruitless, but every day, a large number of people still die unexpectedly. If it is not the Queen's order, no one is willing to persist for such a long time. What are they looking for? The years are ruthless, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Yin Lai was standing beside the potion field, watching his servants bring out the vat containing the blood of demon beasts, and then watered it directly towards the blood bamboo flower in the center. As soon as the blood was poured, the blood bamboo flower stretched out as if it smelled delicious food, and the tentacles on the flower also spread out, swaying aimlessly towards the surroundings. As soon as the blood touched the blood bamboo flower, the blood disappeared without a trace in an instant. The 2 servants were already used to it. At first they were surprised when they saw it, but later they were watered like this every day and gradually became numb. This is a strange plant that feeds on blood, or vitality. It's almost time. Yin Lai looked at the increasingly powerful blood bamboo flowers. Compared with a year ago, the blood bamboo flower has grown to 1 meter 2 at this time, and the flowers it bears are also the size of a bowl, like a blood-colored lantern, and its aura is much stronger than 2 years ago. If it was said that it was a magic plant in the early stage of Zero Ring 2 years ago, it is now in the late stage. In 2 years, the Empire's investment regardless of cost allowed him to advance a bit, and Yin Lai was also very helpless. The main reason is that the original level of this flower is too low, it is almost an ordinary plant. What Yin Lai is doing now is to directly raise his level, and Yin Lai did not find this plant from Saren's potion records. This is very likely it was accidentally mutated, and it belongs to one of the miracles of the endless world, but it is a bit weird. It only takes a little time, soon. Yin Lai thought calmly about how long it would take. He had already analyzed the witchcraft model a year ago. There is nothing to say about it. In fact, apart from his talent for meditation, whether it is his understanding, analysis, or reconstruction of witchcraft, or even potions and alchemy, his talent it's all very good, and a model can't beat him. The only thing to worry about now is how to break through the spiritual power. Not to mention the blood bamboo flower, on the other side, I have found more than half of the materials for the limit-breaking potion, but the rest have no clues at all, and I can only rely on those people to keep searching to see if they can find it. Take your time. Yin Lai sighed. He couldn't improve his spiritual power, so he could only study other aspects. Recently, he began to study alchemy, and it happened that there were still some alchemy magic in Saren's collection. Another 2 years. Yin Lai looked at the pair of boots in front of him with a satisfied smile. This is the most satisfying witch tool he has refined so far, and it has reached the level of an advanced witch tool. Popular boots, 0 ring advanced wizard. The main internal imprint of the wind element array can stimulate the speed of the night, or perform short distance gliding, and after some modifications by Yin Lai, you can also perform a double jump, or make a sharp turn in the air is a good witchcraft for escape. That's right, Yin Lai's idea of refining this weapon was to run faster. At this time, the materials for the limit-breaking potion seem to have progressed, and there are still 2 materials that have not been found. Another 6 years. At this time, I found another material for the limit-breaking potion, and there was only 1 potion left. But on the other hand, what surprised Yin Lai was that the blood bamboo flower finally reached its limit. But the problem is that it seems that the ordinary 0 ring blood can no longer improve it, that is, the vitality is insufficient. Yin Lai is also very helpless, and finally makes a decision. That is to consume one's own life force. If the quality is not enough, then let's fight for the quantity. At this time, he is already at the limit of the 0 ring, and it just happens to be able to play a role. This day, Yin Lai stretched out his hand, and the white tentacles wrapped around his arm instantly, and then began to absorb the vitality. The huge and endless vitality made the blood bamboo flower slowly increase. In the end, after consuming almost 500 years of vitality, blood bamboo flower finally succeeded in being promoted to the 1st ring demon plant. At this time, the blood bamboo flower is completely the same as before. The tall 1 meter 5 body, the bamboo-like body seems to be oozing blood, but it also shows the luster like iron, as well as tentacles, and there are many more spike-like things, and the number has also increased. The most important thing is that the spiritual power contained in the flower in the center of the flower has finally reached Yin Lai's standard of breaking through the limit. This potion, even if it is a ring, is enough to play a role. And just when Yin Lai succeeded, the servant walked in. Another good news for Yin Lai. Chapter 112. Have you found the sunflower crown? Just after recovering from the good news of the promotion of blood bamboo flower, Yin Lai received another good news. The Sun Kerala is the most important material in the limit-breaking potion. It belongs to the top material of the 0 ring, and it generally takes at least 100 years to bloom and can be used. The latter doesn't matter. Yin Lai always thought that this thing was not available in this land, but it was a pleasant surprise to find it. But it seems to be normal to find it. After all, tens of thousands of people searched all corners of the empire, covering nearly 1 million square kilometers of land, and found a 0 ring material. Even if the place is barren, it should not be absent. Of course, it would be a bit whimsical for normal people to find them. This was an empire that took a decade to find. Well, then hurry up and bring it to me. Yin Lai ordered. Now that the materials for the potion are available, the next step is to configure the potion to prepare for a breakthrough. On the 3rd day, all the materials for breaking the limit potion were also delivered to the manor. Yin looked at the dozens of materials in front of him, took a deep breath, and decided to prepare and wait. Some materials only have 1 copy, so it is better to prepare more. 5 years later. In the laboratory, Yin Lai took a deep breath, picked up a potion, and began to process it. After 5 years of preparation, he had enough confidence to configure the potion. Soon, the material processing ends one by one. Yin Lai began to process the potion according to the recipe. After 5 years of preparation, he had a thorough understanding of every step, and he had also performed many simulations, so he was very confident. Soon, 1 step at a time ends. An hour later, Yin Lai looked at the medicine in front of him and smiled. This is a bottle of dark purple potion, which looks unremarkable, but even if he just smells it, Yin Lai seems to feel the seasonal movement of his spiritual power, which makes him feel very happy. Of course, although the limit-breaking potion has been configured, it is not enough. Yin Lai needs more preparations. Krypton Life number 3, that is, the new blood bamboo flower potion should also be configured. After 5 years of growth, the blood bamboo flower has completely become a material for a ring. The flower completely meets Yin La's conditions. Yin Lai plans to configure more in case of emergency. A year later, Yin Lai looked at the 10 bottles of Krypton Life No. 3 medicine in front of him, and showed a satisfied smile. Speaking of which, these medicines are the result of his efforts. If you want to produce blood bamboo flowers that meet the quality, 0 rings monster blood will definitely not work, and Yin Lai can only do it himself. These are almost 2000 years of vitality capacity. It may not seem quite equal, but input and output are not the same thing. He imported 2000 years, but it does not mean that the blood bamboo flower can also produce blood bamboo flowers with the quality of 2000 years. If it can convert apart, it is already very strong. Therefore, Yin Lai felt that this flower was a perfect match for him. One needs vitality, and the other has infinite vitality. Since everything is ready, it's time to break through. Yin Lai took a deep breath. 3 days later, all personnel of Leighton Manor were forbidden to enter. At the same time, a team of more than a dozen great knights surrounded the manor, and nearly 100 knights were patrolling. They didn't know what to do, but the Queen's order was not to put a mosquito in it. In the basement, the lights illuminated the space. At this time, Yin Lai was sitting in the center, and all around him, there were dense runes, exuding a rich breath, attracting the surrounding elements. And in front of his body, 11 bottles of medicine were neatly arranged. When the witch formation was activated, more elements were instantly attracted and approached Yin Lai, instantly reaching 3 to 4 times that of ordinary places. Yin Lai had a calm face and directly took the medicine for breaking the limit. As the medicine entered Yin Lai's body, a cold feeling spread all over his body instantly. Next second, spiritual power, which had not been moved for 16 years, also began to slowly increase. 29.90, 29.91, 29.99, 30.0. As if the shackles of the body were broken, Yin Lai felt as if his spiritual power had broken through a certain limit, and a miraculous change began to take place in his body. Due to the attraction of spiritual power, more elements began to gather, like a small vortex, they began to circle over Yin Lai's head, and a large number of elements began to pour into Yin Lai's body. This is also a very important step in qualifying semi-elemental transformation. It is impossible for an ordinary person's body to fully withstand more than 30 points of mental power, and each world has different methods. Some worlds choose to strengthen their bodies, while others can rely on their innate powerful vitality. As for wizards, it is the choice to elementalize the body. This step is also an important difference that really separates apprentice wizards from full-fledged wizards. Elementalized bodies have made a qualitative leap for wizards in terms of the number of elements they can use, their sensitivity to elements, and even their power. If the apprenticeship stage may still rely on numbers to defeat high-level apprentices, but it is absolutely impossible for the apprentices to defeat the official wizards, even if it is dozens of third-class apprentices, it is impossible. This is a qualitative leap. To be promoted to an official wizard, even if it is just an ordinary zero-ring witchcraft, the power can be increased by at least 5 to 6 times, and there are huge improvements in all kinds. It can even be said that the apprentice is 2 races. There are even some wizards who don't even regard humans as their own race, even if they were once ordinary humans. The transition of life level will make a huge change in mentality. Of course, it is impossible to completely elementalize in the first stage, and the promotion is only a preliminary elementalization, and the promotion of the first stage is the degree of elementalization and spiritual power, which is what happens after the promotion. At this time, a large number of elements converged, under the traction of Yin Lai's spiritual power, transforming Yin Lai's weak body. Remodeling continues. Yin Lai's cells gradually began to undergo unknown changes. A little bit of elements began to be integrated into them. The cellular components changed slightly, and his physical fitness was also rapidly improving. And at this moment, Yin Lai closed his eyes. What he didn't know was there was another change going on in the mind. The white beam of light that has always been in Yin Lai's consciousness also emits a little white light spot, and begins to transform Yin Lai's body along the elements, and Yin Lai's cells are gradually stained with the breath of time. At the same time, what Yin Lai didn't know was that his talent for time was quietly added to his talent. That is to say, Yin Lai doesn't know, and he doesn't know what it means when he knows it. You must know that the talent of time, even among true spirit wizards, is an extremely rare talent. Only true spirits have the opportunity to touch, or even touch the traces of time, but Yin Lai, even in this transformation, already has the gift of time. The transformation proceeded little by little, and suddenly, Yin Lai opened his eyes. Not a success, but it seems, how the elements are a little bit not enough. Yin Lai felt the elements around him. Although there were a lot of them, they could not support the end of the promotion. Even the magic circle under Yin Lai was absorbing more elements. Is that why there are no wizards here? Yin Lai seemed to understand something for a moment. He always thought that there were no wizards here because of the lack of resources, but he never thought about the reasons for the lack of resources. To trace the origin, it should be the lack of elements, so there are very few resources here, and it is difficult to break through a chain of wizards. Or maybe there used to be wizards here, but they all left, and then there was Saren Meditlan who came here. Damn! Yin Lai's mouth twitched, and then he looked at the 10 bottles of medicine not far away, thanks to his preparation. He picked up a bottle of potion and took it directly. Immediately, the huge vitality quickly passed away, and the spiritual power exploded in an instant, but this time the burst of spiritual power did not flock to Yin Lai, but spread. A large number of elements are once again attracted by spiritual power. Not enough. Yin Lai rolled his eyes and took another bottle. Pang! More elements poured in, although thin, but there are finally a lot. Not enough. Not enough. Not enough. It took a full 6 bottles of potion to finally get the elements together. At this time, above Yin Lai, a huge elemental vortex was formed, with a radius of more than 10 meters. At this time, the patrolling knights outside were also looking at the sky. What is that? A big knight opened his mouth wide, and he felt the fluctuation of mental power there, which was hundreds of times and thousands of times that his body stored. All the big knights were shocked, totally don't understand how there could be so many elements. What is even more terrifying is that all the elements are pouring back towards the manor below. Their throats move slightly and their mouths feel dry. What is in the manor? Just when the knights were shocked. With the infusion of a large number of elements, Yin Lai's elementalization was also completed quickly. In the end, it reached the level of 15.6%, which is also the starting point after the promotion of normal wizards. In other words, according to the level, he is already a life ring. But if you want to become a wizard, this is not enough, you also need to solidify the imprint of the wizard model. There's nothing wrong with this step. Start imprinting. One by one, complex runes began to gather in my mind, and they began to form complex witchcraft models. The solidified models were different from other witchcraft models. Even a ring of witchcraft was rarely more complicated than them. For ordinary apprentices, it is often more difficult. But for Yin Lai, after more than 10 years of research, he no longer has any doubts about this model. In addition, his natural talent is very good. Even if it is a wizard, I am afraid that he has never seen a better understanding of this sorcery. Good understanding. 3 hours later, with the success of the last rune, Yin Lai finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, in the consciousness space, a layer of translucent membrane began to appear, protecting the entire consciousness and solidifying the magic shield. Call. At this point, Yin Lai finally completed all the promotion requirements. On this day when he was 118 years old, which is the year 393 of the Burn calendar, finally broke through. Become an official ring wizard. And becoming a wizard, Yin Lai finally understood what Saren Meditlan's diary meant. Chapter 113. The passing of life force is really fast. Yin Lai closed his eyes and felt that his vitality was at least 1.5 times faster than before. In other words, the original 15 years of life was equivalent to only 10 years of life. It's really not right. Yin Lai frowned. The consumption of life force is not a big deal, but it is really strange. How could it happen that the higher the level, the faster the lifespan would happen? But Yin Lai could faintly feel that this change came from the world. The world really isn't normal. There may be clues in the ruins. Yin Lai shook his head, and decided to put this aside and check his own changes. For the first time, the elemental level was 15.6, and the spiritual power reached 35.6. The higher the degree of elementalization, the higher the increase can be provided for witchcraft, and the spiritual power directly affects the speed and power of the wizard's witchcraft. Yin Lai felt that his sorcery power was probably 5 or 6 times higher than before, which was not a problem, and his physical fitness had also been greatly improved, but as to how much he improved, it was still a problem. Need to check it out. Forget it, let's figure out my body first today. Yin Lai shook his head and walked outside. Lei Dun Manor is very large. In addition to the area where potions are planted, there is also an area where monsters are cultivated. There used to be a forest behind the castle, but it has been leveled and turned into a training ground. In the center of the training ground, there are several rock pillars with a radius of 3 meters, up to 5 meters high, and flashing bright colors in the sun. This is a rock pillar, and it contains some ore, which makes it hard. Very horrible. At most, Yin Lai left a small pit on it. But now, Yin Lai stood 30 meters away from the rock pillar, took a deep breath, a little spark appeared in an instant, and friction converged in front of Yin Lai's eyes, and in an instant, a fireball the size of a carriage tire appeared. As soon as the fireball appeared, the surrounding air even exuded a scorching aura, and its temperature was even more terrifying. Although it is zero-ring witchcraft, it has no meaning of zero-ring witchcraft at all. Go! The fireball flew out in an instant, and at the speed of almost blinking an eye, it had already arrived in front of the rock pillar and collided directly. Pang! The first is the huge fire mass that the flames expand, and the second is the huge sound of the explosion. The rock pillars are instantly enveloped by the flames, and at the same time, a large amount of gravel is shot towards the surrounding like rain. After dozens of seconds, the fire mist dissipated. The status quo of the rock pillars is also shown in Yin Lai's eyes. The first is where the rock pillar and the fireball directly contacted and collided, and a large hole appeared directly, almost 2 or 3 meters deep, which made the entire rock pillar look a little broken. After the ore was melted, the liquid slowly dripped. Fear. Yin Lai also sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew the power would be much stronger, but he didn't expect it to be so much stronger. Is this a ring of wizards? It's not at the same level as an apprentice, let alone a knight. Then Yin Lai started experimenting with other witchcraft, experimenting almost all of them. By the time it was over, the rock pillars in the field had already shattered and fell to the ground, turning into rubble. It's really good. Yin Lai smiled as he looked at the mess. Finally become a wizard. 100 years after he came to this world, he became a wizard, and he didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. In normal stories, for 100 years, the normal protagonist should become the strongest in a world. No matter how bad it is, he is also a famous person. When he came to him, he had never seen other wizards except himself. So weird. Tisk tisk tisk, forget it, let's test your physical fitness. Throwing away such boring thoughts, Yin Lai called to the servant in the distance and asked him to call a big knight over. Soon, a bound great knight was sent over. If Yin Lai remembered correctly, this should be a prisoner from another country. He recently sent Yin Lai the materials for his experiments. Unexpectedly, the servant sent him here. But it doesn't matter, he is also a big knight anyway, and it seems that he should be considered powerful among the big knights. At this time, the great knight who was brought back lowered his head and said nothing. 5 years ago, he witnessed the frontal destruction of his country by Bern. Since then, he has become Bern's slave. At the beginning, he still wanted to escape, but as he was arrested several times, he became a slave of Bern. The idea gradually disappeared. Without the country, without faith, without everything, if he hadn't had a glimmer of hope in life, he would have committed suicide long ago. Raise your head. Yin Lai looked at the man with his head bowed in front of him. Why was he so lackluster? The man did as he did and saw Yin Lai and the ruins of the rock pillar behind him. His expression was stunned. What happened here? Even if a group of golems trampled on it, it would be impossible to make it like this, such an exaggerated scene. But this only attracted him for a second, and then lowered his head again. What has he experienced? Yin Lai raised his brows, but the experiment that should be carried out has to continue, so he needs to give some medicine. Hey, I need you to fight with me. If you can defeat me, then I can set you free. Yin Lai said directly. Free? The man was stunned when he heard these 2 words, raised his head, looked at Yin Lai, a little light appeared in his eyes, and said. Are you serious? Really? Yin Lai nodded, just a big knight, it doesn't matter. Okay. The man nodded, understanding that this was his chance. He raised his head and moved, the shackles on his hands and feet made a kaka, and he was posing, ready to attack. Are you going to fight like this? Yin Lai smiled and said to the guard beside him, open his shackles. The guard looked surprised and said, Sir, this big knight is very strong. He also killed one of our big knights when he was running away. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to let him go? Let go. Yin Lai said without any nonsense. Although the attendant was worried, he didn't dare to say anything. He immediately ran over and opened the manacles and handcuffs for the man. The man was also surprised. He didn't expect the man in front of him to be so arrogant and dare to let go of him. Since you promised to let me go, I won't kill you for a while. The big knight said seriously. Kill me? Come on. Yin Lai smiled and motioned for the big knight to do it. The big knight didn't talk nonsense, and rushed over with a single stride. He didn't have a weapon, so he used his fist to smash Yin Lai with a punch, and he was even afraid of killing Yin Lai, so he used his strength. Next second. Pang! The flesh collided, and then the big knight looked at the fist blocked by Yin Lai. Everyone was stupid. What is this? Just blocked it. Are you not an ordinary person? He thought it was Yin Lai who wanted to play, but at this moment, he seemed to realize that if he wasn't serious, he might really lose. Immediately, he took a step back, took a deep breath, and rushed towards Yin Lai again. The battle begins. Every great knight comes from 1,000 trials and hardships, and close quarters fighting is naturally not bad, but if you think that Yin Lai is bad, it would be outrageous. For 100 years, even if Yin Lai only practiced occasionally, that's not something ordinary knights can match. And the great knight also felt it completely. Whether it's speed, strength, or even reaction, Yin Lai completely crushed him. Even his proud fighting skills seemed to be seen through in a second, without any effect at all. After half an hour, the big knight lay on the ground, his eyes dull. What has he been through? Being completely exploded by a person without the slightest power of qi and blood, he felt a little suspicious of life. Isn't he a great knight? Isn't the great knight the best existence among knights? He is dreaming. He closed his eyes silently, tears streamed down, the already collapsed world collapsed even more. This world is too cruel. Pull him down. Looking at the man, Yin Lai waved his hand, then thought for a moment and said, forget it, let's pull him to the laboratory, the bloodline experiment is just short of people. Wait until the man is pulled away. Yin Lai relieved his muscles and bones, and had a deeper understanding of his own body, that is, to completely hang the great knight, the strength and speed should be 7 or 8 times that of the great knight. This is probably the reason why Saren Meditlan looks down on the cavaliers. There is no road ahead, and even if you reach the end of the road, it is just the beginning of the wizard, it is really boring, and it is too difficult to open up a new road. Today's test is almost over, and Yin Lai is also ready to return. I will be busy now. I will start learning about the magic model of the first link and the advanced knowledge of the first order. 3 years later, Yin Lai just finished contacting a new witchcraft, and unexpectedly received a message from Anna. Ruins have been found. Yin Lai was stunned, and immediately entered the palace all the way, and found Anna in a room. Since Anna also helped Yin Lai to manage the country, Yin Lai gave Anna the magic potion to keep her face long ago, so at this time she still looked in her 20s and still beautiful. The only thing that has changed is the temperament. As the master of a huge empire, Anna also exudes a noble temperament, much stronger than that of Queen Cynthia back then. Even ordinary people, even if they just stood in front of her, would only feel that their heart beats faster and their breathing is short. Of course, that's outside. Teacher, the ruins have been found. In front of Yin Lai, Queen Anna smiled and seemed really happy. Only in front of Yin Lai would she remove her disguise. Where? Yin Lai took a deep breath and asked. Because he had to search for the ruins for decades, he did not expect that he would find it in the past 20 years. This really surprised Yin Lai. After all, it was the legacy of a true spirit. Teacher, do you remember Turin? Anna asked. Turin. Yin Lai raised his brows. It's impossible to be in Turin. Yes, although the ruins are not in Turin, they are in a valley more than 10 kilometers outside the city of Turin. Anna took out the map and showed Yin Lai the location. It's actually here. Yin Lai looked at the map, his eyes stunned. This place, he once passed by when he was touring Turin, was only a few kilometers away. What is this? Skip the street? Chapter 114. According to Anna, the discovery of the ruins was accidental. At first, the searchers went to a cave in a deep mountain to explore, but accidentally fell into a dark river, that is, the searchers were knights, so they did not die in the undercurrent. After about 10 minutes, they were washed by the dark river to the vicinity of the valley. At that time, the searcher was also injured and was about to leave, but when they got to the valley, they found that not only was the fog filled with fog, but the searcher was not afraid, and was ready to go straight through. Then he got lost. Mimi Hoo did not understand what happened. When he reacted again, he appeared outside the valley again, and in the fog, there seemed to be snake creatures rushing towards him. Although he was lost in the lake, he still escaped subconsciously, ran out of the valley, and finally hid in a rock to avoid a giant snake. Giant snake! Sitting on the huge chariot heading for the valley, Yin Lai asked Anna, who was beside him, in confusion. The day after he got the news, Yin Lai decided to come to check it out, while Anna offered to follow, and then there was Queen Anna's secret visit. Yes, teacher, the chasing investigators was a huge devil snake, about 10 meters, with diamond-shaped scales, blood-red eyes, a purple sarcoma on its head, and a circle of purple-black on the outside of its body. Patterns. Anna brought a piece and reported it to Yin Lai. Blood-red sarcoma pattern. Yin Lai pondered whether this was our creature, and soon had an answer. Crone serpent. A giant snake-like creature that likes coldness and humidity. The biological limit is 1 ring. It can grow to more than 20 meters in adulthood. And if Yin Lai remembers correctly, this kind of giant snake usually lives in groups. It can only be said that the knight was really lucky to get out. He only encountered 1 giant snake in the fog. This is simply the son of heaven. That's a little troublesome. Yin Lai shook his head. Any creature, as long as the number is too large, there will always be trouble. Is there any other information? Yin Lai asked again. No, teacher, that's all. Anna replied obediently. Well, that's fine, we'll talk about it later. Yin Lai nodded and said no more. Teacher, let me massage you. Seeing Yin Lai's silence, Anna stood up, walked to Yin Lai's side in small steps, and massaged him. Yin Lai glanced at her and said nothing. That is to say, if they were in the chariot, if outsiders saw it, they would have to be shocked. After all, who did not know Queen Anna's methods and coldness, but at this time, she was so obediently massaging Yin Lai, it was incredible. Half a month later, Yin Lai and others arrived at their destination. Outside the valley, Yin Lai got out of the car directly, while Anna, the great knight, walked side by side with Yin Lai. Behind them, in addition to Yin Lai's 20 or so slaves, and the dozens of knight-rank dead soldiers brought by Anna, they were all cultivated since childhood and were worthy of trust. In front of the valley, Yin Lai looked at the smoky valley in front of him, stunned for a moment, then narrowed his eyes slightly, as if thinking about something. No wonder the knight lost his way. There is a witch formation outside. According to Yin Lai's judgment, this should be a relatively common fog lock formation, but it has a large range and covers the entire valley. However, Yin Lai took a few steps forward. The magic model was quickly constructed in his mind, and his eyes were a little different from what they looked like, a little light. The eye of true knowledge, a ring of witchcraft, can observe the flow of elements, as well as a wizarding formation or a natural illusion, and is the most common observational witchcraft. As soon as witchcraft was used, Yin Lai's perspective immediately changed. Countless elements circulate in the sky, like a colorful picture album, showing all kinds of weird pictures, and if you look closely, you can find that these elements are not rich. In fact, during these 3 years of meditation, Yin Lai completely understood why there were no other wizards here except Saline Meditlan, mainly because the concentration of elements was really not enough. The promotion of a ring wizard needs to increase the degree of elementalization, which naturally requires a lot of elements, but the elements of this land are too thin. Although Yin Lai has a hard time breaking through, he can increase his spiritual power to 30 at most. After that, gotta get out of here. Of course, this is not what Yin Lai should be concerned about at the moment. He immediately turned his eyes towards the valley. The white fog seems to have the effect of blocking spiritual observation, but Yin Lai can also see about 70% of the appearance. This is because with the passage of time, the witch formation here either has no energy, or has been weathered and damaged. What they encountered was the latter. Even by visual inspection, Yin Lai estimated that this place has a history of more than 3,000 years. Otherwise, although it is only the simplest witch formation, considering that his original owner is a 4-ring true spirit wizard, it is not something Yin Lai can see through. Soon, Yin Lai found the node of the witch formation with a damage degree of 70, and then walked straight towards the mist. At this time, a group of knights looked stunned and did not understand what the person who followed the queen was going to do. But a minute later, Everyone seemed to hear the sound of glass breaking, and then they saw that the fog in front of them began to slowly dissipate, and the entire valley was suddenly revealed to everyone's eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded. And Yin Lai was standing not far from them, and beside him, there was a broken stone pillar. Is the fog gone? All the knights seemed to have seen a ghost, and even Anna raised her brows. What about fog? What about the big fog just now? Everyone's eyes were dull, and they didn't seem to understand what was going on. On the other side, just as Yin Lai destroyed a core point of the witch formation, he saw the fog dissipate and the entrance of the entire valley was revealed in front of Yin Lai's eyes. 10 meters away. It was a huge entrance with towering rocks on both sides. Inside, Yin Lai seemed to see some wriggling shadows. Looking closely, it seemed that they were big snakes. It was the crone snake that Yin Lai guessed. At this time, because the formation was destroyed, the fog inside slowly dissipated, and the bodies of the giant snakes that were originally intertwined also stopped, and they all raised their heads and looked around. What about fog? But it was obvious that their barren brains were not enough to understand this, but they seemed to sense the arrival of Yin Lai and others, and they all crawled towards the mouth of the valley. The scene was very scary. You can imagine the scene where the thickness of almost all the snakes above the mouth of the bowl, or even the thickness of the bucket, crowded together, and then crawled towards you, directly making dense phobias and giants afraid people with the disease have numbness in their scalps. Yin Lai stood calmly. Just kidding, it is extremely difficult for him to break through the first ring, not to mention the crone snakes in the wild, whose limit is also the first ring. If you want them to break through the 0 ring, you really have to be lucky. As soon as he got off, he felt the existence of this group of snakes in the mist. There is no aura of a ring, so there is no concern at this time. It's all one ring, and it's too shameless to fight a group of demon snakes with 0 ring. A ring of witchcraft fire cloud storm. In my mind, a model far more complicated than 0 ring witchcraft started slowly, and a fiery red mist slowly appeared in front of me. At the same time, a wind element was slowly excited, and the two began to merge. In just a few seconds, a cloud of red smoke appeared instantly, and then flew towards the group of snakes. On the way of the red mist, it slowly turned into a tornado, shooting out a torrent of high-temperature flames, smashing into the snake group. As long as it is a giant snake, once it is contaminated with flames, it will immediately scream in pain, but its body will is a quick melt. The other giant snakes sensed this scene and immediately dodged all around. But it was too late, the fire cloud had already reached the center of the snake group. Accompanied by flames that quickly spread around, and a violent explosion. Most of the giant snakes were instantly surrounded by flames, making a crackling sound, and most of the corpses were burned to the ground, or blown up in half by explosions and thrown around. After more than 10 seconds, the smoke dissipated, and the ground was a mess. The original group of snakes had disappeared, and there were only a pile of snake sticks that turned into black charcoal. Hey, the power is too big, it's a waste. Playing handsome was cool for a while, but Yin Lai began to regret it afterwards. So many devil snakes, they are excellent materials, so they are wasted. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com is a bit of a pity, but it doesn't matter, it's time to test your combat effectiveness. At this time, a group of knights in the distance, the big knights, were already frightened. Yin Lai's servants are a little better, knowing that their master is not ordinary, but the cronies brought by Anna are different, looking at Yin Lai at this time, as if looking at the gods. Is such a big flame really controlled by humans? A knight asked, what is this, how can it be so powerful, is this kind of snake too fragile? Just bulky but fragile? The knight frowned, and suddenly saw a dry snake not far away that seemed to be struggling to escape, like a giant snake on the edge of an explosion. The knight glanced at it, took out a sharp sword, and slashed directly at it. So many giant snakes died all at once, how much combat power can such a giant snake that is about to die have? Stab it! As if he had cut into steel, the knight looked intact, except for a giant snake with a white mark, and blinked, what happened? And the giant snake that escaped was also very confused. The snake had turned around and looked at the knight, as if to say, you are sick. Next second, the crone snake bites directly at the knight. The man wants to stop it, but he is thrown to the ground, and he will be directly killed in the next second. The man is extremely frightened. Suddenly, a small fireball flew over quickly, the giant snake was directly penetrated, and then Peng slammed down on the knight's body, and blood splattered. At this time, all the knights are also realizing how terrifying the strength of this giant snake is, and they can kill at least one big knight with a slightly similar size. Looking at Yin Lai, he also turned to awe and fear. And Yin Lai, after checking that the giant snake was dead, stepped into the valley. Secret Realm, is it really here? Chapter 115. The valley is actually very safe, otherwise, how could this group of Crowan giant snakes have lived here for so long, and thousands of years have passed? Even if there are any means here, it is estimated that it has already turned into decay. At least this witch formation is almost useless. Into the valley. Yin Lai found out that the inside is much bigger than he thought. Only a small part of the entrance can be seen. The area inside is very large, but there are rocks everywhere, and only the middle area is a blank area. At this time, in this blank area, except for some leftover Crowan giant snake cubs, there was only a large number of bones and corpses piled up on the white ground. At this time, a 15-meter-long giant snake was watching him. A snake king with 0 ring limit. However, Yin Lai didn't care much about him at this time. At this time, his eyes were completely focused on the huge rock wall behind the giant snake. On smooth rock faces, a bronze door is embedded in it, and various complex runes are etched on the surface of the door, and a faint spatial fluctuation emanates from it, which does not seem to be in harmony with this world. Yin Lai guessed that this should be the gate of the secret realm. Anna's judgment is correct. This is the secret realm. Thinking that it is the legacy of a true spirit, even Yin Lai would have to take a deep breath to keep calm. Not to mention the items in it. Yin Lai glanced around, then walked towards the bronze gate. Snake King Crowan. Am I air? Ignoring me completely, the giant snake wriggled its body. He felt that he had been provoked. In the past, he would entangle his prey fiercely and squeeze them to death a little bit. Hiss! The snake letter slid through the air, and the muscles of the Snake King's whole body tensed instantly, and then popped out towards Yin Lai. Damn people, go to hell! The giant snake exuded instinctive malice, and quickly ignored Yin Lai, then saw Yin Lai cast a glance at him, then raised his right hand. The giant snake saw a ring on the man's ring finger, as if something was brewing. The Snake King didn't quite understand what it was, but he could still feel the season of the heart instinctively. He immediately stopped his body and wanted to dodge, but the ring seemed to have finished charging. In the next second, 2 thunder pythons with dazzling rays of light appeared and arrived in an instant. In front of him, electric light filled the air, and the Snake King instantly turned into fly ash. The Snake King died in the end, and he didn't even understand what it was. I just thought that it would be a bit too much to deal with him. After experimenting with the effect of the Thunder Python ring, Yin Lai stepped on the charred Snake King directly to the metal gate. The bronze door showed a special texture. Yin Lai observed it carefully and found that the door should only be an entrance. If the true spirit is still there, it will definitely not be able to enter, but at this time the true spirit has already passed away, and it should be able to enter only by stimulating a certain amount of magic power. Do you need to go in? Yin Lai looked at the gate calmly and turned to leave. Too dangerous. In a secret realm of true spirit, he is only a small part, but if there is any means in it, Yin Lai can't do it. This is really inappropriate, and it may even be a small problem, which may directly make Yin Lai burp. He shook his head, too dangerous. Let's think of a way. Although he does not intend to enter the secret realm for the time being, how could he give up? This is the legacy of a true spirit, and he cannot give up here for this. But entering the secret realm requires magic power, which first requires a wizard. But aside from Yin Lai, where are there wizards here? Where is it? Yin Lai shook his head, but as he shook it, he suddenly thought of Wes for some reason. Wise? This guy is also an apprentice, but also from this area. Yin Lai pursed his lips, he seemed to think of a way. Since he is not going to enter by himself, why not train some students and let them in, whether it is to wait until the end of the search to take away the harvest, or to find out the danger and enter directly. Just do it. Yin Lai smiled. It is impossible to train into a formal wizard, but if it is just an apprentice, it is not a big problem. And it doesn't take long, at most, it takes more than 10 years to train a few students, which is very easy. More than 10 years later, safety comes first. Go straight out of the valley. Teacher, how is it, have you found it? Anna ran over first and asked. Yeah. Yin Lai nodded and said, you block this place first, and then you will set up a witch formation to hide it. You can't explore this place for the time being, and you need to prepare for a while. How long? I don't know. Yin Lai shook his head, and then said, oh, by the way, send all your dead men to me. The fact that I am a wizard can't be exposed. Although the dead man is a dead man, it is not safe after all, and it is better to have a soul branded. Yet. Anna followed Yin Lai back to the chariot. Also, take the city of King's Landing. No, first collect the blood of 8 to 12-year-old children in all the cities near King's Landing. I need some students. Yin Lai instructed again. Yes. Anna said. At present, all those who know that Yin Lai is special are his servants, so Yin Lai can be a little more reckless, but he decides to be more cautious about accepting students next. After all, wizards are different from others, and it seems that it is not a righteous profession in the current wizarding world. Soon. Under Yin Lai's order, Anna's superficial command. Soon the blood of all school-age children in the nearby city was collected for Yin Lai. And Yin Lai's purpose is to check whether they have wizard talent through testing. Soon, among the 10,000 blood, Yin Lai also successfully found 3 talented wizards. Yin Lai also quickly learned the information of the 3 children. One is a beggar, the other is the daughter of a noble family, and the other is a thief who has just been thrown into prison. Of course, identity doesn't matter. For Yin Lai, he only wants a few tool people. It's easy to use, and he doesn't need to worry about how long it is. As for what happens when the tools are used up, that's another matter. Immediately, he ordered the 3 children to be retrieved. Some things happened in the process. At this time, it was in a small town a few kilometers outside the city of Jun's Landing. In the slums, a group of children are beating a child. Hand over the money, or we'll beat you to death. A tall child kicked the child under his feet and yelled loudly. No. The one who was beaten was a boy who was curled up at this time, holding 5 copper tars tightly in his hand. This was a week ago when someone collected blood in the city. I went and got the money. But it was known by other children, so they came to grab it. His parents had already died, and there was no one to help him. And seeing that he couldn't get the money, the other kids started to break his fingers, trying to take out the money. My money! The boy was desperate and helpless. Pang! Suddenly a group of people came running from a distance, and one pointed to him underground and said, "It's him." Immediately, a group of knights ran over. When a group of children saw this scene, they dispersed in a hurry. The boy was also confused, but he smiled when he looked at the 5 copper towers in his hand. The fainted boy was carried by the knight onto the carriage and left here. Another city. In a castle, a fat man sat on a chair with a big belly. He had to look at the little girl opposite, and said earnestly, "Daughter, the Earl likes you very much. I sent you there, but I was forced to help. Why did you come back? I understand that I will send you back." On the opposite side of him was an 11-year-old girl, wearing a white dress, shedding tears of grievance. "Last night, I went to the Count's house for a banquet, but my father actually threw her to the Count. She is 12 years old and understands many things. Moreover, he is not the biological daughter of a nobleman, but a stepdaughter. He usually encounters various injustices at home. Although the man in front of him is his nominal father, she would rather him die. I tell you, Viveka, this matter is not up to you." The Viscount looked at the crying girl and slapped the table angrily. Viveka bit her lip. She wanted to resist, but she couldn't. Pang! Suddenly, the door in the distance was pushed open directly. "It's her." The same person pointed out. "Well, hello, Viscount Christie, we need your cooperation now. We need to take your daughter away, and we will explain it to you later." The knight was also very direct. "Go away, you know that my daughter is the private property of Count Corona, you can't take her away." The Viscount was also stunned, but he still tried to find a bigger noble to press him. "Count? Then let him come to us." The knight smiled lightly. "Not to mention the Earl, the Marquis is useless." He walked slowly to the girl and said softly, "Little boy, would you like to go with us?" Viveka was still in tears at this time, she just heard her father's words, and it was like this again, so she said, "I am willing." "That's fine." The knight nodded and was about to leave with the girl. "Damn it, Reese." The Viscount was angry, he was out of anger. There was a senior knight beside him. Reese, who had been behind, rushed out at this time, but stared at the man holding the girl's hand, but was stunned. Great knight! The people behind the knight in front of him are all great knights. Come on! The Viscount still shouted. Reese's throat moved slightly. Just like that, the girl was taken away directly. And in some prison. A certain 12-year-old boy who had just been arrested was suddenly released, and was then taken out of the prison and headed to King's Landing. In the future, they will become Yin La's students. After becoming an apprentice, he will explore the secret realm for Yin Lai. Chapter 116. Soon, Yin Lai met 3 children. One was dressed in tatters, but had bright eyes, one was wearing a little white dress and looked pitiful, and the other was always hunched over and looked snarky. These are the 3 talented wizards Yin Lai picked out. From today onwards, the 3 of you are my students. You will inherit a part of my heritage, and then explore a ruin for me. Yin said it very clearly. Oh, by the way, let me introduce, my name is Lei Dun, a 3rd-class apprentice. Yin Lai added. Originally, Yin Lai wanted to explain that he was a wizard, but after thinking about it, he was still an apprentice, and it was better to be cautious. After all, this time he was not facing a knight, but a few future wizard apprentices. Okay, teacher. Before they came, someone had explained the situation to them, and they thought they would encounter trouble, but they did not expect that the 3 of them agreed very simply. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Within 3 years, all 3 children had become 1st-class apprentices, and Yin Lai also taught some zero-ring witchcraft. Among them, David's progress is the fastest. David is the child in the slum. At this time, his mental power is 5.6. It seems that his own mental power is quite high, so the effect of meditation is also very good, and he is a good seedling. Viveka in the little white dress was a little slower, and she didn't seem to be very interested in witchcraft, but was very interested in bloodline. At this time, she was 15 years old, and she had often acted as Yin Lai's assistant. Relieved Yin Lai a lot of work. The 3rd child, named Rob, likes to cheat and play tricks. Yin Lai is also speechless, so he is left to him. At this time, he suddenly feels the pain of the teacher. And the 3 apprentices were also planted by Yin Lai with an upgraded version of the soul brand. Soul enslavement, a ring of witchcraft, is much more restrictive than the soul brand. And for the sake of safety, Yin Lai spent 2 years transforming this sorcery into a one-way one. The enslaved people are not allowed to explain Yin Lai's information by any means, except that they have strict requirements, or even feel Yin Lai. Any status. The original soul enslavement, the servant can perceive whether the master is still alive, but Yin Lai transformed it into a complete one-way, only Yin Lai can contact, although the other party can contact, but he does not know whether Yin Lai accepts or not. Arrive. Even if they were lifted in the future, it would have no effect on Yin Lai. It's important that he can't let anyone know his specific state. After all, it's okay for now, only Anna knows, but these students don't care. Come, Viveka, today I'm going to teach you how to perform physical transformation. In the laboratory, Yin Lai called Viveka over. At this time, she was already a pretty big girl, and her smile was always sweet. Sweet. As for his disgusting Viscount father, Yin Lai helped him to deal with it. Thank you, teacher. Viveka smiled. At this time, David, who was working hard not far away, and Rob, who was fishing for fish, glanced at them, and then continued to lower their heads. One for work, one for fishing. Yin Lai was waiting for a few people to become 2nd-class apprentices, and then went to check the secret realm. Burn calendar year 403. This day, the 22-year-old Viveka sorted out her clothes and prepared to go to the laboratory as usual. She likes her life very much. Compared to the perverted life in the stepfather's Viscount's house, this is paradise. As long as you want to eat, you can eat, all conditions are excellent. As for being enslaved, Viveka was quite happy. It was teacher Lei Dun who gave her everything and rescued her from her past life, which is what she should do. On the way, he met David and Rob. David is 1.9 meters tall at this time, tall and handsome, and his mental strength is also the highest among the 3, reaching 11.2, and it has been a year since he entered the 2nd-class apprenticeship. Wei card broke through last month, only Rob, his mental power at this time was only 8.0, the gap between the 2 was huge, and he was completely lazy. Viveka, what do you think the teacher asked us to do? David asked curiously when he saw Viveka. I don't know. Viveka shook her head. They had nothing to do today, but suddenly they were called. What can I do? I guess it's work. I was in Luying Lane today, and I was called back suddenly. Rob didn't care. Viveka looked at David, a little helpless. There is a reason why Rob's talent may even be the highest among the three, but his mental strength is the lowest. Soon, they met their teacher. Come on. Teacher. The three of them saluted. No, how long have I accepted you as students? Yin Lai glanced at him, and several people asked. 10 years. Viveka answered first. Well, it's almost time, I need you to help me with one thing today. Yin Lai commanded calmly. Just as the teacher ordered. At this time, the three of them also felt that something was wrong, and they always felt that something major was happening. Very good, I need you to help me check a secret realm. Yin Lai smiled. 10 years later, it's time to harvest. The second-class apprentice is almost ready to go in. As for Rob, who has not made a breakthrough, he can't help it. After all, he is not a philanthropist. This can only blame Rob for not working hard. Secret realm. The three were puzzled again. When Yin Lai came to the valley again, 10 years had passed. Teacher, is this the secret realm you're talking about? Vika asked, standing behind Yin Lai. Yeah. Yin Lai nodded. The bronze door is still the same bronze door, but 10 years have passed directly. You can directly stimulate the magic in a while, and you can go in. I will plant a spiritual seed in your mind. Yin Lai said calmly. The seeds of spiritual power allow Yin Lai to see the picture when the three of them are in it. Okay. The three nodded, and Rob was a little reluctant, but he couldn't help it. Then let's go in. Yin Lai didn't talk nonsense. At this time, there was no purpose to cover up. Among them, David and Viveka completely believed in Yin Lai, so they walked over and put their hands on the bronze door. With a flash of magic power, they disappeared in front of the bronze door in an instant. Instead, Rob looked at the bronze door and did not dare to move forward for a long time. Go. Yin Lai pushed him away. Rob also inspired his magic power in surprise and disappeared in front of Yin Lai. Cough, cough, cough. Where is this place? The next second is still in the valley, the next second David appears in a garden. David shook his head and glanced around. This is a garden, but it seems to be very run down, with dust everywhere, and dead and withered flowers, not far from a few paths in a flower bed, leading to nowhere. What should I do? David was a little puzzled. He subconsciously felt that he first checked all around, and then found that there was really nothing here, but there was a rag doll in the flower bed not far away. It was a bear, and it only had one eye, which looked a bit scary. Forget it, just ignore it. David shook his head and walked in toward a path. What David didn't notice was that it was right after he left. The only remaining eyes of the grey rag doll lit up, and a translucent body slowly squeezed out of the eyes, and then followed towards the trail. The other side. Viveka shook her head and looked around. At this time, the area where she was located was a place like a prison. The area was very large, and it was layer by layer, like an upside-down tower. At this time, he was at the bottom, and not far away was a huge prison. Forget it, let's leave. Anna glanced at it, as if she didn't see anything, so she turned around and walked to the stairs not far away, all the way up. While walking on both sides, Viveka was also observing the surroundings. It was found that this place was originally supposed to be the prison of he, or the prison of monsters. In the prisons on both sides, you can clearly see the bones, most of them are huge, and from the perspective of the remains of the bones, most of them are more than one ring. And they seem to live and die in it like this. Gollum. Viveka walked all the way up. Kaka. Viveka went all the way up. At this time, in the prison at the bottom. This is a completely dark prison, because at the bottom, there is no light at all, and at this time, a large area of shadows gathers, and a pair of vertical children appear in the shadows. Sorcerer's apprentice. Has this place been discovered? The owner seemed a little surprised, but couldn't hide the strong excitement. Finally come. TM, the true spirit here has been dead for thousands of years, and he has been trapped here for thousands of years. He used to be the same fourth ring, the great world lord, but at this time, his breath has completely fallen to the second ring, and he continues to consume strength to survive. What he has, in addition to the once noble blood, also has knowledge. Nothing else. Even for some reason, even in this prison, he did not dare to break through. But now, someone finally came. There is hope for someone. The eyes slowly sank into the shadows. This was the happiest day it had been in thousands of years. It is different from the relatively safe environment of the two. Rob looked at the tall magical plants all around, his throat moved slightly. Where is this place? Botanical garden? Like the jungle, Lei Dun didn't give him any hints. Really a teacher? If he hadn't been pulled out of prison, he wouldn't have recognized Yin Lai as a teacher. He had no choice at that time. He had always hated this teacher. He yearned for a free life, not some truth. Forget it, let's go. Rob really didn't want to come in, sighed, and decided to leave here first. After all, it's not a good place to look at. Hum. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came, and Rob was stunned. A shield appeared beside him, and then looked around. Nothing at all. Where is it? Suddenly, Rob seemed to realize something and looked down. A vine was already clinging to his leg. Gollum. Sweat shed. Chapter 117. Rob is dead. Just when the three entered, Yin Lai was also observing through the spiritual seeds from outside. In fact, Yin Lai wanted to communicate with a few people, but it seemed that the space was out of sync, so he couldn't communicate at all, and he could only see the picture. David is in the garden, Vivica seems to be in a prison. Rob is in a garden. Yin Lai looked in three directions at the same time, remembering everything. But at this moment, he found that something seemed to be wrong on Rob's side. He was running wildly in the botanical garden at this time, and there were a lot of vines around him. Rob kept attacking all around, but the vines were chasing after him. Lots of vines? Yin Lai was taken aback by this scene, because it is very rare for plants to be conscious, and most plants do not have consciousness at all, even high-level plants. The vines in front of him seemed to be the creatures of the Zero Ring, completely occupying it. While watching Rob flee frantically, Yin Lai relaxed. First rule out a place, the botanical garden is safe. After all, in a place occupied by Zero Ring vines on such a large scale, it is absolutely impossible for other creatures to exist, and watching Rob devoured by plants, Yin Lai is helpless. If he was a second-class apprentice, he might have a chance, but a first-class apprentice would never have any chance. In just 10 seconds, the connection on Rob's side was cut off, no doubt. Rob, the first to die. The other two sides. David seems to be in trouble too. Damn it. On the trail, David frowned, unable to find his way. He's been here for half an hour, but it's still here, which makes him have to stop. What's wrong? David's mental power slowly quieted down, and a faint power began to radiate. This was his original spiritual detection technique, which could see many things that others could not see. Suddenly, he found that behind him, there was a translucent mass closely followed. Undead? David was stunned, and quickly recognized this creature. The undead is nothing to a formal wizard, but for an ordinary apprentice, it is really terrible. It is really dangerous for an ordinary apprentice to encounter an undead. But, he also has the means, but he still wants to use other methods first. David took a deep breath and rushed forward in an instant. At the same time, a fireball flew straight towards the undead. Pang! Flames erupt. The undead was instantly wrapped in flames, and David was blown away by the impact because he was too close. Sizzle! Painful howls came out, and the undead made a shrill sound. David tried his best to cover his ears, but blood still flowed out of his ears, and the mental attack was really hard to resist. However, it is also due to the fact that the undead is still in the category of Zero Ring, otherwise he will have to blow his head directly. But at this time, David was not in the mood to pay attention to this, and his eyes were fixed on the undead, wanting to see how his condition was, but as the firelight dissipated, and seeing the undead that was just a little illusory, David sighed. No damage. Can only use that. David sighed. In fact, since he became an apprentice, he has discovered that he has a special talent, that is, spiritual power naturally has a strong sealing ability, but he has never revealed it. Today, it seems that it has to be revealed. David sighed, then opened his arms. Seeing him like this, the undead seemed to be even more excited, howling and attacking him. The translucent claws approached David, as if to tear him apart in the next second, but in the next second, a special rune appeared in David's eyes, and at the same time, the surrounding air became illusory. Everything starts to distort. A technique appeared, instantly covering the undead, and then in the blink of an eye, the undead disappeared in front of his eyes. Call. It seemed that it took him a lot of effort to seal the undead, and he fell directly to the ground, unable to move. But with the disappearance of the undead, the path in front of him finally became clear, revealing a castle not far away. This is this a talent rune? On the other side, Yin Lai widened his eyes and saw the scene just now. If he read it right, the warlock just now should be the talent rune. Talent runes are a very special kind of rune. Some wizards with extremely talented talents may have them, and they often have power far beyond ordinary runes, and each talent rune is extremely cherished. Saline Meditlin's book mentioned that the number of wizards with talent runes is about 1/10,000th of a wizard, and there may be one wizard out of 10,000 wizards. I didn't expect David to have such a talent. Talent rune. Yin Lai was a little greedy, after all, it was something to cherish anyway. But let's wait until David comes out. Among the three, Viveka should be the luckiest. She walked out without encountering any danger along the way. What's more interesting is that as soon as he came out, he saw David lying not far away. The prison is right next to the garden. It seems that the danger here is very low. At this time, Yin Lai shook his head outside. Although the three of them seemed to be in danger, if a one-ring wizard entered, there was no danger at all. The vines can be solved directly with a fireball, and the undead may also be easily dealt with. Just look at what's behind. If there is really no danger, then Yin Lai really doesn't know what to say, but he can't regret it. After all, before entering, no one knew what was going on inside, it just happened to happen. Keep reading. Just 10 years. David, are you all right? When David woke up, he saw Viveka beside him. Hey, almost. Seeing that it was Viveka, David shook his head and relieved the severe pain in his head. The seal just now exceeded his ability. If there were other undead, then he would be dead. David slowed down for a while, then got up by himself, and then saw the ancient castle not far away. Where is it? David asked. I don't know. I saw this as soon as I came out of the dungeon, and I don't know what it is. Viveka shook her head, and then said with concern. David, are you all right? It's okay, just go there and take a look when I have a rest. David shook his head, he knew that everything was seen by Yin. Up to now, they still don't understand Yin Lai's plan to accept apprentices, but they have no complaints. After all, if it wasn't for Yin Lai back then, they might not be able to live to this day. After half an hour, the two looked at each other and walked towards the castle. This section of the road was relatively smooth, and the two soon came to the front of the castle. This is a castle like an ancient castle, occupying a large area, and what is even more outrageous is that the gate is open at this time, and there are some other things in the ancient castle. At the same time, a huge shadow stone was placed in it. Through the spiritual seed, Yin Lai was stunned when he saw this scene. If he read it correctly, the things placed in the castle seem to be books, or some materials, as well as some black stones, which should be magic stones, which belong to the wizard's currency. What does this mean? Yin Lai was stunned. But it wasn't just Yin Lai who was dumbfounded, David and Viveka were also sluggish. Shouldn't it be a difficult adventure ahead? They were supposed to go through all the dangers and get what the teacher asked for, but right now, it seems like it's all in the castle. What does it mean? At this time, it seemed that something was felt. The shadow stone suddenly flashed, and an illusory scene slowly appeared. An old man slowly appeared on the screen. He was wearing a grey wizard's robe, and his eyes were not bright, as if his life was approaching. In his right hand, there was a staff. He looked ahead, like a moan, like a sorrow. Then, he glanced at Viveka and David who were coming, and frowned, as if dissatisfied, but then he seemed to feel the spiritual seeds in their heads. Immediately his eyes lit up. At the same time, Viveka and David only felt dizzy, and when they came to their senses, they had already returned to the valley, but there was nothing in front of them, no bronze door, and even their teacher, Lei Dun, had disappeared. Viveka. David. The two looked at each other. What happened? How did they come out? And the most important. Teacher? Just a few seconds ago. Yin Lai was watching this scene through the spiritual seed, wanting to see what it was. Suddenly, I saw the old man on the screen glanced at this side, and then his eyes lit up. Yin Lai was startled, because he had an inexplicable feeling that this old man seemed to be looking at him. Not narcissistic, but really feeling that way. Yin Lai felt that something was wrong, and immediately prepared to cut off the connection, but the next second, the bronze door was instantly stimulated. Yin Lai didn't even hold on for a second before being sucked away by the bronze door, and the bronze door was also hidden in the void. Therefore, when Yin Lai felt a dizzy space shift, his mental strength stabilized and he found himself standing outside the castle where Viveka and David finally arrived. At this time, the old man in the picture of the photo stone opposite finally showed a smile. "Hello." Yin Lai's mouth twitched. "Hello." The old man in the photo stone replied with a smile. It looked harmonious, but Yin Lai took a deep breath. This time, he might have been in hell. The shadow stone is a common item in the wizarding world to store pictures. Generally speaking, it is not cherished, but it is indeed rare to see such a large shadow stone. But this is a photo stone. As the name suggests, it is a record, but what happened to the old man in front of him actually greeted him. Could it be that this is the original owner of the secret realm, the great true spirit wizard? Yin Lai suddenly felt that he was not cautious enough this time. "Hello, I'm Nick Zimmerman, the master here, the five-ring true spirit wizard." At this time, the old man spoke again. Yin Lai said that people are numb. What is the situation? Is this true spirit still alive? Chapter 118. Hello, one-ring wizard Eli Lucifer. If the five-ring true spirit wizard in front of him is still alive, then it would be meaningless for Eli to do anything. Before such a powerful existence, everything is futile. It was also the first time Eli felt his life was threatened. But the wizard said he was 5 rings, but Saren Meditlan provided 4 rings, which seemed inaccurate. "You are very nervous," Nick said calmly, as if feeling Eli's change. "Don't worry, this is just a trace of my true spirit. The true me has already been turned into ashes in time." "Dead?" Eli breathed a sigh of relief, then said respectfully, "Then what's the matter with you? Relax, but you have to be polite. After all, even if it is a real spirit, Eli feels that it has the power to crush Eli. Didn't you come for my heritage?" Nick looked wide and cast a glance at Eli. "Eli. It's hard to say no, he really did that. Relax, all my legacy is in the back, and there are not many of this ruins. The main reason is that I stayed here, and basically everything that can be used has been consumed by me, leaving only some useless things." Nick seemed to be in a good mood when he saw Eli, showing off what was behind him. It includes some books, strange objects, and some materials that seem to be of great value. Nick is very happy. Eli is very strange. Is the inheritance like this now? When you come, you will give it away. Don't you give some tests? Although there is no trap for Saren Meditlan, he still needs to find it. You still have a trace of true spirit in this secret realm, which is too generous. Eli always felt that the thinking of finding treasures was a bit solidified. It seemed that they usually passed many tests and then gave them away. It's interesting here, give them directly. "Master Wizard, why are you willing to give me the inheritance?" This was Eli's most perplexing question. "Just because you are still a wizard, you should be lucky. You are a wizard. If you are a warlock, as soon as you come in, I will directly grind you into flesh." Nick said the harshest words in a calm tone. Warlock again? Why did everyone have various opinions on warlocks, especially the 2 wizards Eli met? Both of them unceremoniously expressed their disgust for warlocks. "Can you tell me what happened? Why do you hate warlocks so much?" asked curiously. "You don't know?" Nick looked surprised. Eli is about to spit out a mouthful of old blood. He has been in the Kingdom of Knights all his life, where can he find out? But he still said politely. "My lord, I was born here and made my breakthrough here." "So, you are the first official wizard I have communicated with." "Nick? Did you break through in this broken place?" Nick opened his mouth wide. Although he only had a trace of his true spirit, he could still perceive the outside environment. In such a resource-poor, element-scarce place, grow up to a ring of wizards. "You're a real genius," Nick said sternly when he looked at Eli. The corners of Eli's mouth twitched. A genius who has only broken through in more than 100 years? "Since you don't know anything, then I'll tell you about that period of time, that is, the period of the cataclysm." Nick shook his head, waved the staff in his right hand, and Eli's eyes began to change instantly. Eli knew it was an illusion, but didn't stop it. In the blink of an eye, the picture in front of him changed. Eli had already arrived in a sky, and under his feet was a huge continent. This is the central continent, the most prosperous place in the wizarding world. Nick pointed to the continent. The screen zoomed in and came to the mainland. Eli saw that there were huge floating islands in the sky. No, they were made of metal, and they were air fortresses made of alchemy. This is the city in the sky, and it is also a tool we often use to fight other worlds. Nick continued. Eli watched from the sidelines. In the fortress, the wizards are ready to go, and the terrifying breath runs through the world. With a wave of space fluctuations, the fortress disappears into the sky, heading towards the endless world. They went to fight other worlds again. I really miss this time. At this time, the wizarding world is so powerful, its prestige spreads across the multiverse. We are the masters of truth, and we are the spokespersons of fear. Nick watched this scene, missed how. Eli is also feeling a little longing on the side, such a world is indeed full of different charms. But suddenly, Nick's style of painting changed, and the picture in front of him changed instantly. This time, countless floating cities set off again. The goal is also the endless world, but the people above are big bags and small bags with their own things. The powerful 4 rings and 5 rings are crowded together. Only a more powerful wizard can have a spacious position. This time, it is not a battle, but an escape. The world has changed, because of a little accident. I can't tell you about this accident. It's too early for you. In short, it's an accident that makes the wizarding world unsuitable for wizards to survive. Nick looked sad. As long as you are still in the wizarding world, if you are a wizard, then you will find that your life force flow is abnormal. The higher your level, the faster your life will be consumed. Therefore, the wizards left here, left this world, and went to the endless world to seek other places to survive, and only some wizards were willing to stay. A small part of them are unwilling to leave, and a large part is unable to leave. But they have to live. It just so happens that the life force of warlocks is longer, so many people choose warlocks, which is nothing, but as time goes on, there are more and more warlocks, and they gradually give up other paths of wizards. They rely on blood to fight, but they forget that they are wizards. They increase their power, but they forget the will to pursue the truth, and I am a wizard, so I am extremely disgusted with this kind of warlock. Nick's words were over, and the picture disappeared. Take a deep breath. So that's how it is. Eli finally understood everything. His previous doubts vanished in an instant. No wonder wizards look down on warlocks. So you should be lucky that you are a wizard, because my knowledge will not be given to those warlocks who only know how to tap the power of blood. Nick said with a smile. Lucky indeed. If it wasn't for Eli's long lifespan, it would have really been possible to choose the warlock path at that time. If you really choose the warlock path, I am afraid that this will be a death sentence. That's why I'm willing to give you the legacy, Nick explained. Ahoy! The main reason is that I don't want my inheritance to be cut off. Now that thousands of years have passed, I don't have to think about it. There are definitely fewer and fewer wizards now. You can choose the path of wizards, which shows that you are a person who longs for the truth. Nick he stroked his beard and said in approval. Eli nodded, it was true. But remember, the wizards are not dead, they just left temporarily. They are everywhere. One day, when they return again, this multiverse will once again remember the power of the wizarding world. Nick continued, calmly, his tone contained infinite longing. The wizard just left, not dead. They just dispersed to the heavens and the world. But they are still everywhere. In simple words, Eli could hear his confidence in the wizarding civilization, and it also made Eli feel a sense of opening. But if you have a chance, you should leave the wizarding world. This place is indeed not suitable for wizards. Nick shook his head and said sadly. Hope is hope, reality is reality. For ordinary wizards, leaving is indeed a good idea. It was good to leave, Eli nodded. Wait a minute, leave, why did he leave? The wizards are gone, so their legacy must not be taken away. There must be a lot of wizard inheritance in the wizarding world, or good things that cannot be taken away. Warlock may not use it, but he can. Eli was stunned, feeling genius at his sudden thought. High-level wizards can't come back, or even if they come back, they have to leave quickly, otherwise they will greatly damage their vitality, but Eli doesn't care. He is eternal. Eli does not know how terrifying the legacy of a civilization is, but Eli knows that even if he can only take over part of it, it is extremely terrifying, and it is enough to make him grow. No, I still want to stay in the wizarding world. Eli said to Nick. It seems that you and I are the same kind of people, we both love this world deeply. Nick was stunned for a moment, and looked at Eli's eyes even more appreciatively. He loves the wizarding world. So at that time, even if he had the ability to leave, he still stayed here. But he didn't expect that the little wizard he met thousands of years later was actually the same person, which surprised him too much. Very well, it seems that my inheritance is left to you, and it is not buried. Nick nodded, and then said. My inheritance is mainly divided into 3 parts, one is an intermediate meditation method, which is of great help to your meditation speed, and the other is my unique knowledge. Life extraction can also be called extraordinary extraction. The third part, it's this secret place, you can use it as a place to store things. As time passed, Nick's body became more and more illusory, knowing that his time was running out and he couldn't talk nonsense. Eli nodded and was very happy. The inheritance of a true spirit is much stronger than that of Saleen Meditlan. Very good, those things are useless, don't care, I will directly transmit the most important to you through the spirit. Nick pointed to the resources in the castle not far away. Originally, he didn't want to give away his core inheritance, but Eli really liked him, and he was still a genius. Such a wizard is worthy of his inheritance. Are you ready? All right. The next second, Nick's true spirit directly touched Eli's head, and at the same time, a large amount of information was poured into Eli's consciousness. At the same time, in the shadow of the underground prison, his eyes opened again, revealing cold vertical pupils. Has the inheritance begun? That's soon. His eyes were hidden into darkness again, and the reason why he never dared to break through was the true spirit left by this old guy. Once the true spirit disappears. Sizzle. Chapter 119. Spiritual power transmission is the fastest of all transmissions. This can completely transmit the original owner's perception, understanding, or knowledge itself to the other party, but few people use it, because it is harmful to the transmitter. But Nick didn't care about that at the moment. The first transmission was a meditation method. Sea Tides Meditation. The spirit is constantly impacted like the waves, and the quality and quantity of the spirit power are continuously improved during the impact, and the intermediate meditation method is destined to have a much better quality than the previous basic meditation method. The basic meditation method, generally speaking, uses the second ring at most, because its simple structure cannot support the huge spiritual power, and the better ones are the low-level meditation method, the intermediate level meditation method and the advanced meditation method. 3 is better than 1, and the intermediate meditation method, generally speaking, is the top meditation method of ordinary wizarding colleges. Generally speaking, it will not be rumored at all, but Nick feels that the world is like this, so he has no worries. Yin Lai quickly ended the meditation method, even if it was only a rough estimate, it was at least twice as fast as before. So, knowledge is really the source of power. After the transmission of the meditation method, it is followed by the unique knowledge that Nick said. Life extraction or extraordinary extraction. This is Nick's unique knowledge that he has learned and researched in other worlds. Using a special structure, he can fully stimulate the vitality of plants or the characteristics of extraordinary materials. It is a pharmacist's dream. That is to say, Nick was unlucky. If it was in the wizarding world before, the discovery of this research was enough to make him famous in the wizarding world in an instant, instead of being ignored here. There is a lot of content in this part, and it took Nick half an hour to finish it. At this point, all his core inheritances are over. After the transmission, Yin Lai opened his eyes again for half an hour. No way, the stamina is too great. And looking at the Nick in front of him, he has also weakened a lot at this time. There's no need to read it over there. It's just some useless things, some magic stones, some books, and some materials. Seeing Yin Lai wake up, Nick continued. In fact, since he's stuck in the wizarding world, that's really pretty much used up, just a few leftovers. As for why there are only 1 ring of books, the main reason is that he thinks that there is a high probability of coming here to be a ring wizard, so he did not prepare other books. He still has it, but he does not want to prepare. In his opinion, when it comes to the stage of a formal wizard, it is necessary to rely on oneself, and only the constant pursuit of truth can obtain real power. Just as Yin Lai recovered from the transmission, his expectations for the next legacy were broken. But fortunately, this time Yin Lai has gained a lot, and he is not so greedy. Meditation, pharmacist magic, cheats, treasures. This kind of gain, for a wizard, is really a lot. Well, my breath is about to disappear, so it's up to you next. After I die, the ruins will be yours. Nick's breath dissipated a little bit, and Yu Guang glanced as if from a distance, revealing smile. Goodbye. Wizards will never die, because the truth lasts forever. It's a pity that I can't see the day when the wizarding world returns. Nick sighed. Yin Lai also felt a burst of sadness. Nick's breath also began to disappear little by little, and in just a few seconds, it disappeared without a trace. Is the last true spirit also annihilated? Yin Lai sighed. Roar. But at this moment, suddenly, a dragon roar came from a distance. The terrifying sound seemed to come from the ground, and it seemed a little dull. Yin Lai's heart skipped a beat. The breath of the second ring? He looked towards the source of the sound. If he remembered correctly, it should be the location of the prison. At this time, in prison. Pang! At the moment when Nick's true spirit disappeared, countless shadows instantly appeared in the prison at the bottom. In the shadows, a dragon-shaped creature slowly stepped out of the shadows. It is a typical Western dragon creature, with dark scales, a golden vertical boy, 2 huge wings behind him, and countless shadows entwining and blending around him. My shadow dragon Chris is back. The shadow roared and stood in the prison. In the next second, countless shadows rushed towards the cage. With the sound of pang, the prison was instantly broken open. Chris glanced at it, flew out of it, and flew out of the tower at the bottom of the tower. After thousands of years of waiting, he finally got the chance. Let's kill a bug first. Fluttering his wings, he flew directly into the sky from the ground, and then in the sky, he glanced at the prison behind him, and let out another roar. Looking around, I saw Yin Lai at the gate of the castle. Roar! Like lightning, the shadow dragon flew towards Yin Castle. Yin Lai was also heartbroken by this sudden attack. The huge shadow dragon should be a creature of Erhuan, but its huge aura was not like Erhuan at all. In this case, Yin Lai can only activate all defenses. 1 ring of witchcraft elemental shield, 1 ring of witchcraft thorns shield, 1 ring of witchcraft wind wall, 1 ring of witchcraft softness of water. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 shields had been placed on the outside of Yin Lai, layer by layer, directly covering Yin Lai's figure. Chris Longmu was also stunned when he saw this scene. Why did Yuhuan wizards learn so many defensive witchcraft? However, it is still not his opponent. He let out a roar, then picked up speed again. In mid-air, he grabbed it with a single claw. The sharp dragon claws cut through the air, and the shadow attached to it corroded the surrounding air, making a hissing sound, and the 3 dark shadows of the meniscus flew towards Yin Lai. In the blink of an eye, the shadow attack had come to Yin Lai and hit the shield. Pang! Pumbat! The sound of the shields shattering sounded, and the shields were like paper lakes. At this time, Yin Lai realized the horror of the creatures in front of him, and immediately took a step back, dodging the attack dangerously. However, the shadow dragon was getting closer at this time. Go to hell, wizard! Chris gave a cruel smile. He will take his anger out on the weak little wizard. At this time, he was already less than 50 meters away from Yin Lai. For him, such a distance was equivalent to being in front of him. Suddenly, the shadow stone not far away emitted a dazzling light, and a figure slowly appeared again. Just waiting for you. Nick, wearing a wizard robe, holding a staff in his right hand, glanced at Chris calmly, and then waved the staff. In an instant, in the sky, countless chains appeared out of thin air, wrapped around Chris, and locked him instantly, and the huge body of the shadow dragon was directly trapped in the sky. Nick, you old guy! Suddenly being restrained, Chris was also stunned, but when he saw Nick's appearance, he immediately understood that he was overcast. This old guy still has another true spirit hidden in the shadow stone, or the true spirit has not collapsed before, so that if there is an accident, he can take action to solve it. Thousands of years after death, still anticipating what might happen, these wizards. Yin Lai, this is the last gift I give you, the blood of the shadow dragon. Shadow dragons are the most hidden and disguised creatures. They can easily simulate the fluctuations of any other creatures and disguise them. In this way, you will be a lot easier in the wizarding world. Nick turned a deaf ear to Chris's words and turned to Yin Lai. Yin Lai's mouth twitched. This turn of events was a bit unexpected. But where did this shadow dragon come from? Nick, don't be too complacent, do you think I didn't think that you had a backer? Chris was trapped in the sky, listening to Nick's voice, roaring angrily. For more than 3,000 years, after Nick died, he was trapped for more than 3,000 years. For 3,000 years, he naturally thought that Nick might have a backhand. He originally thought that the real spirit would be gone after his death, but he never thought that this guy would still have a hand. But it was also a four-ringed creature. If I can't be beaten before I die, can I continue to be hanged and beaten after I die? Chris took a deep breath, and then a large shadow appeared outside his body. Today, he is going to burn his few lives, in this world, to win a chance. In an instant, his breath continued to rise. Second ring. 3 rings. After the breath was raised to the third ring, his breath growth was obviously much faster, but he still firmly improved. After a few seconds, the third ring's breath was instantly broken. 4 rings. He grinned open the huge dragon's mouth, stared at the dragon's eyes, and made a cruel voice, "Look at me tearing you apart." Even Nick didn't expect Chris to be so crazy. Chris used to be an extremely calm creature, but now it has become like this, which is a bit troublesome. If you want Chris to know Nick's thoughts, you have to give him a big fight. He only advanced to the 4th ring when he was just over 2,000, and then he was captured by Nick, who came from another world, and then he was completely trapped in small. The prison was 4,000 years old. That's 4,000 years. If it weren't for the burning power, he would have died in it long ago. Go to hell. Chris, who returned to the 4th ring again, directly broke through the chain, and the chains all over the sky disappeared as a talisman, and it rushed towards Nick's only remaining true spirit. The battle begins. It was also the first time Yin Lai saw the battle between true spirits. Although both of them were in a much worse state than normal true spirits, they were extremely terrifying. Yin Lai was put on a shield by Nick and threw it directly to other parts of the secret realm. Here is. After being thrown out, Yin Lai realized that he was no longer there, but in the prison where Wei Wei had been before. Yin Laren is stupid. Just send it, why don't you just send me out? It's still dangerous here. But fortunately, at least he was sent away from the center of the battlefield. After all, even a battle between 2 weakened versions of True Spirit was enough to make Yin Lai annihilated in the aftermath. Forget it, wait. Yin Lai shook his head. 1 person and 1 dragon is the limit. After a while, the battle is over. Dragon wins, Yin Lai is over, Nick wins. Chapter 120. The fastest update to the latest chapter of the Eternals of the Wizarding World. The battle was fierce on the ground, and Yin Lai waited anxiously under the ground. Yin Lai was at the bottom of the prison. From time to time, he could hear the violent explosions coming from the outside world. The terrifying elemental fluctuations made the entire prison tremble from time to time. There were only 2 weakened versions of the true spirits, but their power was still beyond what Yin Lai could imagine. Time passed little by little. Yin Lai waited anxiously, and after about 3 hours, the sound gradually disappeared from the ground. Who won? Hearing that there was no movement outside, Yin Lai asked. Just when he was about to go out to check, suddenly, Yin Lai suddenly felt that the nearby space changed again. Yin Lai's eyes widened, and the next second, he was teleported away again. When he reacted, Yin Lai appeared in the castle again. But at this time, the castle had already disappeared without a trace, and there were only rubble on the ground, and the range of several hundred meters was also devastated. At this time, Yin Lai was standing on the ruins of the castle, and there were large pieces of rubble under his feet. In the distance in the sky, Nick's figure was already extremely illusory, and on the ground not far away, a shadow was always unknown. How many chains are tied? At this time, the dragon was extremely miserable. The entire right half of its wings had disappeared, and most of the dark scales were broken. One eye was also dark at this time, and the other eye was tightly closed. More than a dozen chains passed through his body and shattered him. Trapped on the ground. There is no doubt that the dragon lost. Cough, Yin Lai. In the sky, Nick slowly descended, and his figure flashed and seemed to be about to collapse. Master True Spirit Wizard. Yin Lai walked over immediately. I lost. Nick's first sentence made Yin Lai a little numb. Who is the dragon lying on the ground? Seeming to know what Yin Lai was thinking, Nick cast a glance at him and said. We both lost. I used the chain of rules to trap him temporarily, but as soon as I dissipate, then he will get out of the trap, and I don't have much time. I'm sorry, this secret realm may not be available to you. You still have 5 days to escape. I can still support it for 5 days. After 5 days, the chain of rules will disappear in an instant without the support of magic power. We'll get out of trouble again. This time I underestimated him. Cough cough. Yin Lai coughed. This turning point changed too fast. 1 second he was happy to receive inheritance and secret realm, the next second he had to leave here to escape. Cough, run, I won't let him run away. I already remember his taste. When I get out of trouble, I will catch him as soon as possible, and then kill him. Your inheritance will end here. Suddenly, the shadow dragon in the distance opened his only remaining eye and looked at Nick viciously. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Nick turned his head towards Yin Lai and apologized. This time, it was his mistake. Oh, by the way, do you still have magic stones? If you have magic stones, you can also leave some magic power to let the chain support for a while. Nick asked. Magic stone? No. Yin Lai shook his head awkwardly. If there is a magic stone in this place, it has been excavated by wizards long ago, how could no one come? Yes. Nick fell silent, and after a while, he said again, I'm sorry. Nick apologized again, but Yin Lai was in the mood to think about it at this time. He was about to face a 4-ringed shadow dragon that had recovered. How could he run away? Have to think of other ways. Nick just said the magic of the magic stone? Wait a minute, the magic of the magic stone is not much, can it be able to maintain the shadow dragon Chris? He immediately raised his head and asked Nick not far away. Sir, is the magic of the magic stone enough to maintain this chain? Of course you can, not to mention the magic stone, you can too, this is the chain of rules, it is not the chain that traps the shadow dragon, but the power of the rules. As long as there is magic support, the chain can always exist. Nick explained, with sadness in his heart. Because of his initial mistakes, the inheritor who was finally found now will also die. Why? All the melancholy turned into a sigh. On the other side, Yin Lai's eyes lit up when he heard Nick's words, and he hurriedly asked, Sir, then I'll stay here, come in once a day and input some magic power every day, that's fine. What are you thinking? Nick cast a glance at Yin Lai and continued, I used the power of the rules of the secret realm to trap the shadow dragon. You can leave at most once, but once you decide to do so, you have to stay here forever. Until the shadow dragon escapes, or you die. Although this shadow dragon's lifespan is not long, it's fine for 100 or 200 years. Although the secret realm will ease the consumption of vitality a little, it is absolutely impossible for a normal one-ring wizard to survive it. Nick's tone was getting lower and lower, but Yin Lai on the other side clenched his fist. Century. It is indeed impossible for a normal wizard to withstand it, because an ordinary one-ring wizard normally has a lifespan of 200 years, and there is a wizarding world that quickly consumes vitality, and can live to about 140 years old at most. There is also the time of the apprenticeship period, and the elements here are too thin to break through. It is absolutely impossible for a normal wizard to survive the shadow dragon. But Yin Lai is different. If only staying here for more than 100 years can guarantee the safety of his life, this will not cause any loss to Yin Lai. Anyway, it is only 100 or 200 years. Sir, I think staying here, after all, I can't escape, it's better to stay here and live a little longer. Yin Lai lied. Okay. Nick glanced at him, then sighed. It's all his fault. But I'm going out to get all my things in. Yin said. Well, take it, this is the bearer of the secret realm, within 5 days, you can take it and return again. Nick handed Yin a black ring, Yin took a look, and then put it on his hand. Yet. Yin Lai nodded. The next second, he was teleported out of the secret realm. Shadow Dragon closed his eyes in disdain. He was like this anyway, and he just wanted to go out and have a look. Can you survive me? The Shadow Dragon is a famous long-lived species in the endless world. At this time, in the valley, Viveka and David waited in the valley, looking anxious. It had been 3 hours since they were teleported out, but the teacher still did not move at all, and the bronze door had disappeared. David, you said the teacher will be fine, right? Viveka asked worriedly. I don't know. David sighed. Just as the two lamented, suddenly, the space in front of them fluctuated, and a figure appeared from the void. Teacher. Viveka and David looked surprised and stepped forward immediately. Yin Lai shook his dizzy head, glanced at the two, and said, I want to return to King's Landing immediately, I'll go first. So, in the dull eyes of the two, Yin Lai's feet surged with wind elements, and he took Yin Lai away. He only has 5 days and no time to waste. When he came, Yin Lai and the others were in a carriage, and it took 15 days, but this time, Yin Lai really tried his best to return, and it took 3 days to return. Back in King's Landing, the first thing Yin Lai did was go to the palace. As for Anna, a very important diplomatic connection was interrupted, and Yin Lai called him away. Prepare all these materials for me, the more the better, and then send them to Lei Dun Manor. In the room, Yin Lai directly gave Liana a list. This time, it was really 100 years of loneliness. The materials in the secret realm are limited, so Yin Lai needs a lot of materials and substances to ensure that he can use it for 100 years. Oh, he has to bring some seed creatures and the like, or he will starve to death in the secret realm. Teacher, what happened? Anna asked. He remembered that the teacher should have gone to explore the secret realm. Why did he come back? It's nothing, but it may take a long journey, it may take a long time. Yin Lai touched Anna's head and sighed. Anna could be regarded as a child he grew up watching, but Yin Lai was also in a complicated mood when he suddenly wanted to leave. The next time I come out, I'm afraid it's really a different thing. Long trip. Anna was a little puzzled. Even if it was a long trip, was it so melancholy? Even if the trip is long, it can't be longer than the teacher's last trip for 12 years. You help me collect first, remember, you can collect as much as you can, there is no upper limit, I will go back to the manor first. Yin Lai said again, and left quickly, he was too anxious for time. Looking at the figure of Yin Lai leaving, Anna blinked, and then started calling. Come on. On the other hand, after Yin Lai returned to the manor, he also began to organize all his belongings. Experimental equipment, experimental materials, magic plants that have been planted, important blood bamboo flowers, some backups for the blood of monsters, flower pots for planting flower seeds. Yin Lai directly threw everything into the secret realm, and at this time the secret realm was worn by Yin Lai. On the other hand, under Anna's order, truckloads of materials began to be sent to and from the manor, almost non-stop, and the materials piled up into hills. This is also the reason for the short time and geographical restrictions. Otherwise, with Burn's current power, it is enough to bury the entire Lei Dun Manor dozens of times. At this time, Yin Lai is very lucky that he still has an empire to operate. Otherwise, at this time, where would he go to find so many materials? In this way, for a whole day and a half, the trucks that came to the manor did not stop. Yin Lai kept sending him to the secret realm, and even felt a little tired. At this time, there are still 3 hours before the 5 days Nick said. Inside the manor, Yin Lai touched Anna's head and said, I won't be able to help you in the future. The teacher may be away for a long time this time. I have left you a process for how those bloodline knights are made. It's all in it, and you may need to study it. Teacher, do you really want to leave? With tears in the corners of Anna's eyes, she had a faint feeling that this time she left, she really had no chance to meet again. Hey! Yin Lai gave Anna a hug. He stayed in King's Landing for about 100 years, and this time he will be away for nearly 100 years. 100 years later, there is really nothing left. Take care of yourself. Yin Lai said finally. For the next 2 hours, Yin Lai kept sending things to the secret realm to make sure he had everything. The only pity was that David hadn't come back yet. He didn't get the talent rune. Not important anymore. Last hour. Yin Lai took a quick look around Junlin, and finally returned to the manor. In the study, Yin Lai finally glanced at the outside world and said calmly, Goodbye, King's Landing. The next second, Yin Lai disappeared in place.